Yep. Have we got, yes, we have juice. Okay. Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Adam, after convening this morning, the board broke into closed session at about 8 o'clock for the first closed session item, public employee appointment, public defender, no reportable action, and then the board anticipates returning to closed session about noon today for all remaining items.
Okay. Since we started a little earlier, we are moving in progress here. Can I get a motion for the September 13th meeting?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We got CEO Maisato.
Nothing to report this week, Chair Adam.
Okay. Let's go through the administrative agenda. Does anybody want to pull anything? Supervisor Lavanino? Supervisor Farr? Supervisor Wolf?
Just a quick comment on A22.
22. Supervisor Carbajal?
No items.
We have anything from the public?
Chair Adam and members of the board, we have no request to speak on public comment for administrative agenda.
Okay, and I have nothing to pull this week, which a red letter day. Okay, I had a request to get Judge Anderley back to work, so we're going to take A31 out of order and have a resolution of commendation honoring the law library. Pardon me? Oh, should we approve everything? Okay.
Chair Adam, before you make that motion, I understand that item A10 concerning Casa Dorinda, there's still some discussions on potential changes to a document, so I'd recommend that as part of the motion that the board trail item A10 until the end of the D agenda.
Okay, so can I get a motion for everything but A10? We have a
Yes,
motion.
I'm going to approve. I'm going to move on that one anyway. So yes, I'll second the
Okay.
motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Chair Adam
So
and members of the
30
board, we
31.
also have one announcement today, and we're moving 832 to the honorary resolution. So if you'd like to make that a part of your motion today.
Okay, that was,
That's part of the motion. I'll
do we
second.
need to vote on it again?
I'll s-
We do need to vote on it again. We're going to make a motion to make A32 part of the original motion for the entire agenda.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes again unanimously.
Mr. Chair, I will also move 831, which we're about to do.
Okay, I thought we just did the whole agenda,
We did? Okay, great. Thank you.
so.
Chair Adam and members of the board, administrative item number 31 is from Supervisor Carbajal. It is a resolution of commendation honoring the Santa Barbara Law Library upon its 125th anniversary. And if we can have Ray McGuegar, Michael Cooney, and Judge Anderley to the podium. Perfect. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas democratic societies are sustained by the trust in the people invest in their government and the legal institutions and systems that deliver justice, and whereas free and equal access to law-related information is a cornerstone of democratic and open society, and whereas the Santa Barbara County Law Library Board of Trustees first met on July 17, 1891, and is celebrating 125 years of service to the people of Santa Barbara County, and whereas the Santa Barbara County Law Library makes expensive legal resources, information technology, and digital resources available to all, regardless of income, and serves as a crucial provider of information to the public, government officials, and members of the legal community. Whereas the Santa Barbara County Law Library promotes justice for all residents through working with legal self-help partners to assist self-represented litigants who either cannot afford or cannot access representation. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors the Santa Barbara County Law Library upon its 125 years of service to the residents of Santa Barbara County, and hereby declares this day to be Santa Barbara County Law Library Day throughout Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
On behalf of the Law Library Committee, I want to thank you very much for this honor, but in particular, you don't need to or want to hear from me, but we have a law librarian who is the best of the best, Matter of fact, he may be the best in the state, and I wanted to at least let him have a chance to say good morning. Ray McGregor.
Thank you. You're too kind. I've been in the employ of this library for just over 25% of its existence. It's been almost 32 years that I've been working for it, and I love the job. We've seen a lot of changes, as you that have served on our Board of Trustees have seen. Back in the early 80s when we started, probably 80% of our customers were attorneys, 20% non-attorneys, and that has shifted to the opposite proportion. In addition to the advent of electronics, we've seen a lot of movement towards internet-based things that have been generated directly from the government entities themselves, but we still have a large proportion that the only reasonable access is through a paywall through private vendors. And that is the function that we serve mostly as far as our electronics, because people can get to things from the internet, but it's deciding where to start and where to go that is the function of a public law library. We've also instituted in both branches, in North and South County, a legal resource center where it's a partnership between the Superior Court, the County Bar Association, and legal aid, and we actually have attorneys there several days a week to help people with civil matters. Small claims advisor is one of their functions, but they also help with a lot of other legal resource needs that cannot be addressed by any of the other entities besides us and in partnership with them. So I appreciate the honor you've given us today, and hopefully we'll go for 125 more at least. Thank you.
Okay, and then there's one more administrative item here we got to deal with before we go on, and it's D3, and whether or not we continue with that. So today or not today? That is the question. Do we have?
Mr. Chair, if I could, you know, we usually try to be very supportive when we can of the requests of either party in an appeal like this. But I have to say that, you know, I was very surprised when I saw the request yesterday, the day before. And so, you know, while I can understand why the appellant might want to move it, I am probably more moved by the applicant and the fact that they had already gone to a lot of work and expense to be here today. And I think that the appellant, you know, had time before to make a case to move it, but to do it at the last minute after the appellant had already expended a lot of effort to be here today, you know, makes me think that we should just keep it in here today.
Well, and I'll defend the applicant because I think that they have a tremendous amount of money in it as well. And I'm not sure that he understood that it was an alternative to get that moved. So I think that was the genesis of once he found that out, then he wanted to have it heard in Santa Maria, which I don't think is unfair, and it's certainly customary for us to hear things in their localities. Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, I understand that the board is considering item D3 only for the purpose at this point of acting on a continuance request, but I would recommend that the clerk read the item into the record. The board can discuss and then receive any public comment solely on the issue of continuing the item to a future date.
Chair Adam and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider the Gordon Sand Company appeal of the County Planning Commission's June 29, 2016 approval of the Shell Guadalupe Dunes gravel remediation in lieu proposal project, case number 13 RVP 119 and 14 CDP 72 in the 3rd District.
Okay, so to continue with our discussion, is there any public comment on that?
Chair Adam and members of the board, we have not received any public comment on that item.
Okay, well, we have somebody representing. Come on up, sir.
you might want to direct what public comment can only, again, like Mr. Gazzoni said, because people get
Yeah, and
confused with that.
this is confined to whether or not we're going to continue it.
Yes, yes. Good morning to the Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Lance Williams. I'm the Shell Project Manager for Guadalupe Dunes. As you mentioned, ma'am, Shell and Mr. Gordon, we've known about this event today for quite some time. We made travel arrangements to make sure that we were here today to attend. We also hired local counsel to attend as well today. It's certainly the Board of Supervisors' decision, which we will respect either way. There's no benefit to Shell in delaying. However, if the board determines there's justification, so be it. But thank you again for your consideration.
Okay.
Chair, and members of the board, we have an additional request to speak on this item, and that's Michael Leslie.
That's assuming there is a this afternoon. Okay. All right. Well, what's the pleasure of the board here? I think, I've made Mr. Gordon's position clear, and he would prefer to have it. It's customary to have it heard in its location where it most affects, and so Supervisor Lavanino, Supervisor Farr, and Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, tradition being what it is, I just think it's unreasonable to have such a late hit. I was able to make it here this morning. I live in Santa Maria, so I understand that he would like to have it there. I would have loved to have this meeting in Santa Maria as well, so I wouldn't have to drive. But I just don't think it's reasonable to push it off and have Shell incur more costs at this point.
Well, okay, I just think that the reason we put things in their locales closest to where they affect is so public comment can be accommodated. So.
Well, and it still can be accommodated, remotely.
Remote.
But I think we probably should have thought of that when we scheduled it, as opposed to scheduling it, have the hearing set, and then the day before, 2 days before, we want to change it. So, I just as soon have the hearing now.
Okay. All right, so I guess there's no motion to move it, so I guess we'll just leave it that way. Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that, I felt that the letter from the appellant was just not as compelling as the letter from the applicant, so I would like to leave it on today's agenda.
Okay. All right, so be it. T3 is on. You'll get your chance this afternoon. All right. Item 22. Let's read 22 in.
Chair, Adam, and members of the board, would we like to take up A22 at this time?
Yeah.
Administrative item number 22 is from Public Works. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement for engineering services with Bengal Engineering Incorporated, and it is in the 2nd District.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I am obviously going to, and I have agreed with this item on today's agenda. This is an important statement, I believe, from the county's perspective that we are moving forward with a settlement to evaluate several potential stormwater management improvements at the Central Coast Recycling Center and Transfer Station, issues that had been brought to our attention, and I'm very pleased that the county has reached a settlement agreement. I know it's perhaps not signed or finalized, but the fact that we're working with our community partners to do what is important and necessary at this transfer station. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So that puts us back to A33. Yeah.
Chair Adam and members of the board, administrative item number 33 is a resolution from Supervisor Carbajal. It is a resolution of commendation honoring Mark Warner for his 24 years of volunteer service to the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. And if we can have Mark to the podium, and anyone else who would like to join him. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Mark's career as a volunteer for the Board of Supervisors began in 1985 in the office of then State Senator Gary Hart with an introduction to Naomi Schwartz that would serve as a crucial turning point which forever changed his life. Whereas Mark initially met Naomi following a very bad motorcycle accident from which he had severe brain damage and lost everything including his hope. Naomi helped Mark to get reestablished in many ways, including securing housing, forms of identification, and most importantly, helping him find his purpose. Before Naomi retired from Senator Hart's office, she called Mark to see how he was doing and gave him his first volunteer job in the office, which commenced his meaningful volunteer work and public service. And whereas in December of 1992, Naomi called him upon being elected 1st District Supervisor and offered him to continue his volunteer work in her new 1st District office. Mark also was invited and attended Supervisor Schwartz's swearing-in ceremony as supervisor, a day Mark will never forget. And whereas Mark became a regular volunteer for the 1st District office and eventually the whole Board of Supervisors, delivering newspapers to each office, making coffee, and setting up the board hearing room on Tuesdays. Mark volunteered throughout Naomi's 3 terms as 1st District Supervisor and has continued his service on in the office of Supervisor Salud Carpajal, where he plays a very special role to this day. And now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and commends Mark Warner for his 24 years of dedication and outstanding volunteer service to the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, passed and adopted today.
First off, I'd like to thank all the supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to be a volunteer. I know that my position has never existed, but because of you, I actually have a life that I really love. And it's all because of you, and I owe you so much. Thank you.
Okay, 34.
Chair Adam and members of the board, administrative item number 34 is a resolution from Supervisor Carvajal. It is proclaiming the month of September 15th, 2016 through October 15th, 2016 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County. And if we can have Ernesto Paredes to the podium. Great, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to recognize the significant contributions and achievements of Hispanic and Latino Americans who serve as leaders in business, government, the military, law, education, science, athletics, the arts, and other fields. And whereas, according to the 2010 U.S. Census, 50.5 million people, or 16% of the population, are of Hispanic or Latino origin. This represents a significant increase from 2000, which registered the Hispanic population at 35.3 million, or 13% of the total U.S. population. In California, Latinos are now the largest ethnic group and are projected to be a full majority by mid-century. And whereas, in 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson and Congress celebrated the contributions of Hispanic Americans by officially proclaiming the week of September 15th as Hispanic Heritage Week. It was expanded under President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to its current month-long recognition. Whereas the theme for 2015, Hispanic Americans Embracing, Enriching, and Enabling America, celebrates the significant contributions of Hispanic Americans to economic and community prosperity for all Americans. This includes commitments to education, economic innovation and development, social justice, military service, and cultural diverse communities. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans actively participate in our democratic institutions, which include serving as elected representatives in the U.S. Congress, governors, judges, county supervisors, mayors, city council members, school board members, and other essential public offices. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County and calls on all residents of our community to join in celebrations and activities that will occur, passed and adopted today.
Thank you very much. When I was called about this recognition, I was floored. Very, very proud, though. My family is relatively new to Santa Barbara County. We only moved here about 45 years ago. So in these terms here, it's a newbie. But you know, I read what was read into the this proclamation, and it reads, you know, U.S. Congress, governors, judges, county supervisors, mayors, city council members. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with all of these individuals at different levels in my career here in Santa Barbara. My whole professional career has been in the nonprofit community, and I've had the pleasure, I can say, I've been able to work with organizations that have affected all of your districts, and it's been a pleasure to get to know the whole county and how important we all are to work together, and that's something that my father taught to me. I know we could all look back at mentors in our lives, why all of you were up there and we're doing what we're doing. There's someone in our lives that made a difference. That difference in my case was my father. I got to go to school here in Santa Barbara. I got to get married. I got to have my child. And 6 months ago, I buried my father in this community. And that is something that, as you can see, it's a cycle of life, but it's such a pleasure to have a community that was so supportive and so caring. It's an honor for me to carry his legacy. It's an honor for me to serve this community, the whole county, and just look forward to our next challenges, because we will have them. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Appreciate it.
Chair Adam and members of the board, our final resolution is administrative item number 35. It is from Supervisor Adam, and is a resolution of commendation honoring Winnie Wang of the Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office as the September 2016 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. If we can have Winnie Wang to the podium. All right. Whereas Winnie began working for the Clerk Recorder Assessor in 1995, and whereas Winnie was a key member in the design and implementation of the assessor's property tax system developed in-house and put into service in 2000, and whereas Winnie provides invaluable information technology services to the County of Santa Barbara by designing, constructing, and supporting innovative and unique software solutions to a myriad of complex and difficult problems the assessor faces on a daily and long-term basis. And whereas Winnie demonstrates she is a team player by working with the Auditor Controller and Treasurer Tax Collector's property tax implementation teams. And whereas Winnie has maintained a pleasant and positive perspective no matter how difficult the issues being dealt with over the years. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County recognizes Winnie Wang as the Employee of the Month for September 2016, passed and adopted today.
I'd just like to say that programming assessor property systems in the state of California under Prop 13 is an extremely complex task. Winnie joined our team in 1995, and in 1999 they rolled out the program that got us off the mainframe, which is a huge thing. And since then, she's been an integral part of our team, upgrading and maintaining that system and improving it. And I can say that, you know, Santa Barbara County, there's many other counties that look at us and wish they had a system like Winnie designed. Thank you very much, Winnie. Do you want to say something?
Yeah. Thank you for this award. And I think I was so lucky to come to this county because I'm surrounded by a whole group of talented, my co-workers. And also, it's such a record office is such a supportive, friendly environment from the top to my Joe Holland, and also the Keith and Vida. They're open to me. I can go to their office without knocking the door, just ask for any question, any help. So thanks for everything. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, hate to shorten the festivities for Winnie, but we gotta keep going here. All right, so we have some public comment, 7 speakers. Okay.
Yes, Chair Adam and members of the board, we have 7 requests to speak during general public comment, and we are going to begin in Santa Maria with Pat Abel, to be followed by Mary Bianchi.
Good morning, Chairman Adam and members of the board. I'm Pat Abel with the State of California's Department of Conservation, Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources. I'm here today to give you an update on the state's aquifer exemption proposal process for projects in Santa Barbara County. And as background, if you don't know about the aquifer exemptions, the state received primacy for underground injection of Class II fluids from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in 1983. Class II fluids are those fluids associated with oil and gas operations. The document, based off of a 1974 data, approved state oversight in areas greater than 10,000 total dissolved solids, or areas not considered an underground source of drinking water, and also included outlined approved areas between 3,000 and 10,000 total dissolved solids. The division is currently undergoing a statewide update of these approved areas or requesting new areas. So what does that mean for Santa Barbara County? The Coastal District has developed a proposal for within the Cat Canyon oil field, which covers multiple areas within the field. The proposal is for the expansion of injection within the Sisquoc Formation. The proposal has been submitted to the State Water Board and Regional Water Quality Control Board for review. Once approved by both state agencies, it will be available for the public for review on the division's website. There will be a public notice in the newspaper, and 30 days later, a public presentation here locally to receive public comment. The board should receive notification from the department, and the next step would be submission to the U.S. EPA for approval. There's also a proposal completed by the Coastal District for the Zaca oil field for injection into the Monterey Formation. The process is to better delineate the existing approved area and expand the approved area as well. We are preparing to send the proposal to the State Water Board. Once approved by both agencies, again, it would be the same process with the public notice and the public comment, and of course your notification. And all the information would be on our website. Preliminary sampling of zone fluid in the Barham Ranch oil field in the Monterey Formation seems to indicate that the Monterey is not an underground source of drinking water, so the district will be developing the documentation outlining that information. There are several aquifer exemption proposals being considered for the Lompoc oil field, for the Monterey Formation, and possibly also including the Point Sal and the Franciscan Formation. Fluid sampling will be conducted in the Point Sal and Franciscan zones, as they may be greater than the 10,000 and not require an aquifer exemption process. The Monterey proposal would be an expansion of the existing approved area. The proposals are still being worked on at the district level. The district is also working on proposals for the expansion in the Monterey Formation in both the Casmelia oil field and also in the Gato Ridge area in the Cat Canyon oil field. And of course, we're very lucky to have the division's Coastal District office in the Orchid area. So if you'd like to contact me on specifics on these proposals.
Time is up. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Chair Adam and members of the board, our next request to speak is Mary Bianchi, and then we will come back here to Santa Barbara for Dr. Robert L. Johns.
Good morning, Chair Adam and Supervisors. I'm Mary Bianchi, County Director and Horticulture Advisor with the University of California Cooperative Extension for Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, and I'm here today with a brief update of our activities during the first part of this year. From January to June, our programs reached 4,459 adults and 10,922 youth through face-to-face contacts. Our web-based e-newsletters and blogs reached 114,317 readers during the first 6 months of the year. And though these contacts may not be limited to Santa Barbara County, it's information that is readily accessible and useful to Santa Barbara County producers in the community and is accessed by local growers. As you know, we've been looking forward to bringing the considerable expertise of Dr. Royce Larson to Santa Barbara County to support the productivity, competitiveness, and overall viability of our rangeland producers. And thanks to increased support of our programs, Dr. Larson has begun his work in Santa Barbara County, which will provide support for oak woodlands and rangeland issues, including endangered species, noxious invasive weeds, wildland fires, grass restoration, forage production and ecology, and grazing management strategies. In particular, I would like to acknowledge the efforts of our student leaders who participated in the UC CalFresh Student Nutrition Advisory Council in collaboration with the Santa Maria Bonita District Food Services Program. These youth, in addition to completing the leadership program, co-authored and starred in a video production called Get to Know Your School Salad Bar, a video that reinforces positive messages and encourages peers to try new food. The video is posted on the National Extension website and can also be found by Googling Get to Know Your School Salad Bar video. Start your day. I would recommend that you start your day with a smile by viewing this short and inspiring video that was created by the youth of Santa Barbara County. We continue to provide expertise to inform decisions by the Agricultural Preserve Review Committee and the Agricultural Advisory Committee, as well as collaborating with the Planning and Building Department, Public Health, the Nutrition Education Program, the Obesity Prevention Program, Parks and Recreation, Santa Barbara County and City Fire, the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council, and the Santa Barbara County Water Agency. In conclusion, the University of California and our partners have considerable information resources to help landowners affected by the Ray and Canyon fires to make informed decisions in the post-fire period, which hopefully will be soon with the Canyon fire, and as we prepare to go into what is hopefully a productive winter rainfall period. We thank you for your continued support of our programs.
All right, we are going to come back here to Santa Barbara for Dr. Robert L. Johns, to be followed by Lori Martin.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm sure you're glad to hear my comments today. This is in the matter of Supervisor Carbajal's comments about the armpit of Santa Barbara. Yeah, don't roll your eyes. You knew I was going to say that. Supervisor Carbajal saying Clown Poke is the armpit of the county. Now, that was not a Freudian slip. Oh, I slipped, and can I apologize for that? That was not a Freudian slip. And if I were in my graduate class right now, I'd let them rip you apart. But I got to do the work today. And you have a deep-seated psychological issue. Now, when you hit Andy Caldwell back there in that room right there, you hit him because it was anger management. You were angry at him. Don't smile. You think that's bad, huh? You think you're a bad man because you hit Andy Caldwell. Andy Caldwell is a gentleman. You're not. You see, that was 5-6 years ago. You and Acevedes hit an ethnic parking attendant, an ethnic man. No, you didn't. I'm sorry, you didn't hit him. You slurred him with, which is worse, you slurred him with ethnic, racial slur. And you never apologized for that. And I could go on and on and on. I only got a minute and 31 seconds. And you want to go to the 34th or the 24th. I don't care what it is. You want to leave here? You ain't going no place because you're a racist. And you never had treatment for your anger management. and you need treatment now. And when you don't get treatment and you can talk to your psychologist, your psychiatrist, or whoever in the H you do talk to, you got to get treatment for that anger management. You got to get medication, baby, because you're sick. Now, this is going to crop up over and over and again, over and over. Now, I can mention one community after another that you slashed, not only Longpoke, Montecito. You promised them a hotel over there. Where is it? Cuyama, budget cut, crack in the pool. Cuyama, hot as it is, where's the swimming pool? One right after the other. And then Longpoke, many employees there. Many county employees are there. And then you offer, this board is, you offer them a 1% raise, and then you honor them with some trashy resolution. And you offer them a 1% raise. What do you think you're kidding here? And I got so much stuff here that I cannot believe. But you need treatment, man. You're in deep psychological trouble. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Martin, to be followed by Delcy Feller.
Hello. First, felicitaciones a mis hermanos y hermanas hispánicas for having a whole month of celebration. I'm ready for my Irish American next. I'm here again regarding Mr. Carbajal. This is in regards to the Miramar project. We were discussing it at dinner, and it's my understanding that this project was fast-tracked after you received some donations of over $10,000. And that I would like to know if there's a check and balance system, in which case, if someone wants to fast-track something, does it have to be approved by other people? And I would like an explanation of why they were given favorable treatment in exchange for the $10,000.
It is not our practice to answer questions from the dais, but if Mr. Carbajal would like to deal with that, he could.
Well, certainly. I would just like to know that I was concerned about it. I am a concerned citizen, because it almost seems the inference of the quid pro quo system. And I don't like small businesses getting taxed to help subsidize the larger businesses. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Delcy Feller, to be followed by Don Gallagher.
Hi, good morning. My name's Delcy Feller, and I'm a concerned citizen. I live in the county of Santa Barbara, and I was interested in knowing if the FBI is investigating Supervisor Sadul Carbajal for accepting bribes from the Rosewood Miramar. They have launched other investigations regarding other officials, California officials, leading to convictions with the same or similar wrongdoings. So, will Supervisor Carbajal be another embarrassing elected official charged with taking bribes with? I'm just interested in knowing that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Gallagher, to be followed by Sherry Tash.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Gallagher, and I'm a citizen of Santa Barbara. And I am here with the same concerns regarding the bribes to put through the Rosewood Miramar Hotel. it's my understanding that you have been in several press releases with the developer advocating the start of this hotel, and I just want answers to these allegations of bribes. So I'm just here also to ask these questions and to put it on the record. Thank you.
The last speaker is Sherry Tash. She will not be speaking. We are done with public comment.
Mr. Carbajal and then Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, it's today, by some of the speakers, we are reminded that it's the political season. But what I would like is for council to perhaps outline where in public comment, obviously the public can always say what they want, but at what point does it cross the line in terms of defamation? I know for elected officials, it's a high bar. People can say anything about elected officials, accurate, inaccurate, false. But at what point does it become defamation, Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Carbajal, I think the starting point here would be that the public comment period is limited to matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board as a starting point. And once within the legislative hearing, there is a civil law privilege for discussion going back and forth. That does not rule out some potential causes of action for defamation, but certainly when supervisors are speaking to matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, they have absolute legislative immunity, and I hope that helps.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A comment, and then I'm going to have a question for Mr. Cannell, who I see is in the room. My comment has to do with the comments from the last speaker regarding the Miramar, and I just want to say that the Miramar project started when I was on the County Planning Commission at least 15 years ago, so I don't see that as a fast-track process. I also think it's important to remind the public that no actions are taken on any land use project in the county process without at least a majority vote of the Planning Commission and of the board. So, so that's our process, very open, very transparent. My question actually has to do with the comments from the very first speaker that we had from Dogger. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Cannell, if you could come forward as the head of our Energy and Minerals Division in planning. So obviously Dogger's going through this very public process. They're asking for comments. So I actually have kind of two questions. The first is, what is the county how is the county participating in this process and making comments? And the second is a little bit more specific, because I know that they're looking particularly at groundwater impacts and, you know, is there potable water and all of that for the injection. But in light of the information that's coming out of Oklahoma about increased seismic activity in the relation to in the injection of fluids and other oil-related activities, you know, is there any look at where these basin areas are in relation to fractures, fissures, faults? Because, you know, it's interesting, the public raised this issue of potential for increased seismic activity way back when we talked about fracking in the county. And at that time, it was kind of dismissed, but now it seems to be coming back as more of an issue, at least in other parts of the country.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Farr, thanks for the question. I don't know if you noticed that when Ms. Abel from Department of Oil and Gas and Geothermal Resources was speaking, my immediate boss, Diane, and I were having a confab. I'll be reaching out to Ms. Abel to make sure we're involved in that process. I'm also going to coordinate with Public Works, probably Tom Fayram. There are implications there for groundwater management and groundwater issues that we certainly want to be aware of. What I heard her saying was that she's proposing to expand, or Dogger, I should say, is proposing to expand the underground injection capacity of certain oil fields. So we want to look at that. We haven't been involved in that process to date, though, so that's why we were making a note to reach out to Ms. Abel and make sure that we are involved in that process. We can, as part of that, get back to your other point about hydraulic fracturing and the impacts of that, and have a look and see what the essential elements of what they're proposing are, and what what as an outgrowth of that may result. So the bottom line answer to your question is we haven't been involved in that. We're going to reach out and make sure we are involved in it.
Okay, thank you. Well, it seems like the county should be, very much on record with extensive comments with whatever they're proposing.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I wanted to follow up on that earlier question, Mr. Gazzoni. If a supervisor wanted to pursue a defamation suit as a result of testimony given in public comment, would the county represent that supervisor, or would that supervisor be on their own?
Chair Adam and Supervisors, any decision to initiate litigation is a decision by the board. Traditionally, that would be an individual matter, not a board matter.
Okay. Thank you. Just curious. Okay, so that puts us down to item number 1, I believe.
Chair Adam and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Refugio oil spill after action report.
Mr. Troy, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Adam and members of the board. This after-action report is a requirement of our oil spill contingency plan, but more importantly, it is also a best practice. We could have chosen to produce the report ourselves, but instead chose to retain the assistance of an outside firm with significant expertise in both emergency management and oil spill response, in order to have objective, fresh sets of eyes to offer impartial and effective feedback, and to ensure that we didn't overlook critical issues. This report is not the opinion of any single person or organization. It has been an inclusive and collaborative effort and is the result of an in-depth feedback from many participants in the response. More than 140 individuals and 38 organizations provided feedback via 3 separate incident debriefings and the after-action meeting that the county conducted, as well as dozens of additional interviews provided directly to Hagerty Consulting. This includes local jurisdictions, county departments, and state and federal agencies, such as the United States Coast Guard and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We also included partners from our local non-governmental organizations, including the Environmental Defense Center, Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, Keep Oil Out, and the League of Women Voters. In accordance with the Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program, this report is intended to provide the foundation for an effective improvement plan. Our sole goal in this process is to focus on the county's role in oil spill response and to increase our capability to respond to future such incidents. It is noted that the United States Coast Guard, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, and the California Office of Spill Prevention and Response have already released their after-action reports. This report and the improvement plan are part of a process and will take multiple years to fully implement. This process is never complete, but is instead part of an ongoing cycle of planning, training, exercise, and improvement. We will convene the County Oil Response Team following your acceptance of this report to continue development and implementation of the improvement plan and to fully address the recommendations within the report. This report is not the end of any process. It is simply a necessary milestone for us to move forward on the path to improvement. Going forward, we will continue to work with our operational area partners, NGOs, and the public to ensure that local knowledge is incorporated into updates of our oil spill contingency plan, as well as the United States Coast Guard's area contingency plan. We will also work with our state and federal partners to increase the integration of local expertise into future response and to ensure that sufficient resources are available for our needs. I will further describe our efforts at the end of the PowerPoint presentation. I want to again emphasize that this is part of a continuous process of improvement. I'd like to now introduce Katie Freeman, the Director of Operations for Hagerty Consulting, who has led the development of more than 15 comprehensive after-action reviews. As part of our recommendations, before I do so, we are requesting today that the board receive the 2015 Refugio oil spill after-action report and improvement plan, identifying the areas of strength and opportunities for improvement based on the lessons learned associated with the county's response to the May 19, 2015 Refugio oil spill, and adopt a resolution terminating the proclamation of a local emergency related to the Refugio Beach oil spill, declared by the Director of Emergency Management on May 20th, 2015, and ratified by the Board of Supervisors at least every 30 days thereafter, and determined that these activities are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act review.
Good morning, Chair Adam, members of the board. My name is Katie Freeman. I'm the Director of Operations at Haggerty Consulting. I served as the project manager for our team supporting the after action report and improvement plan, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. The process to develop the after action report began in 2015 as the county initiated 3 debriefs with stakeholders. Haggerty was engaged by the Office of Emergency Management in March of 2016 to support the after action review process. Our process included a review of relevant documentation, discussions with stakeholders from local government, the county, the state, and non-governmental partners across 6 meetings, and direct feedback on preliminary findings presented during an after-action meeting, which included participation from federal partners. County stakeholders, including the County Oil Response Group, the County Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Supervisors also provided written comments on the report. And finally, a public comment period on the report was held prior to the document submitted to you, dated September 8th, 2016. The purpose of the report is to assess the overall response of Santa Barbara County, identifying strengths and opportunities for improvement to help the county implement corrective actions that will improve response to future oil spills. Issues pertaining to the responsible party, state, and federal response operations are largely excluded from this report, except as they pertain to the county's response. The overall organization of the report follows federal guidance, where strengths and areas for improvement are aligned with capabilities under the National Preparedness Goal. The remainder of my presentation today will focus on the primary strengths and areas of improvement identified in the executive summary of the report. And should you have any questions regarding the report, specific strengths or improvements identified in the report, I'll be happy to address any questions you have on those topics. First, we recognize the top strength of the county to be the Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between the county and the state, which facilitates 2 key items. First, the MOU designates a local on-scene coordinator to participate in Unified Command. As a member of Unified Command, this offers the county a role in developing objectives and strategies to support response. Without the MOU, the county may not have had a direct role in the decision-making process, although there's nothing to say the county would be specifically excluded from that decision-making process. There is great value in the MOU because it clarifies the county's participation. It's worthwhile to note, however, that federal and state partners maintain the ultimate authority to issue orders and direction during response operations based on current legislative structures. Second, the MOU preserves the right of county and local governments to enforce laws and ordinances and issue permits. This is important because it facilitates the ability of the county to engage the responsible party to support cleanup for all areas impacted by the oil spill. 2 other strengths I'd like to highlight are as follows. First, county personnel from the Public Health Department and contract support from planning and development were integrated into operational response at impacted beaches. These professionals supported health and safety monitoring and participated actively in environmental work groups established by Unified Command. This internal capability is a strength of the county and offered the county visibility into field operations they may not have had otherwise. Second, the county established the County Oil Response Group, or CORE, to support decision-making and collaboration as immediate operations transition into long-term response. CORE functioned as a multi-agency coordination group, a common structure used by emergency managers to coordinate and integrate multiple agencies and provide support for incident prioritization and resource allocation. When CORE was established, it effectively supported this function and increased visibility into the operations of Unified Command. That being said, The top area for improvement for the county remains internal coordination to support decision-making and collaboration with the local on-scene coordinator in unified command. There were meetings early in the incident with county stakeholders prior to establishing CORE, including meetings with the Recovery Advisory Council, Intergovernment Affairs, and a special meeting with the Board of Supervisors. However, these structures left a gap in formal coordination, support, and sometimes approval of operations specific to the local on-scene coordinator and unified command. Ultimately, the absence of an operational structure to support decision-making resulted in actions taken by unified command without consensus from county stakeholders. 2 recommendations are identified to support this area for improvement. First, we recommend the county formalize CORE as a multi-agency coordination group. Second, we recommend the county consider methods to enhance coordination with local elected officials and increase transparency. Structures established in local code, including the Disaster Council, can enhance coordination, but will also increase demands on those involved in response. As the county moves forward, we recommend clarifying the roles of the Disaster Council, Recovery Advisory Council, and CORE to help increase coordination and transparency while balancing the need for efficient decision-making and response. Yes, sir.
Supervisor Wolf has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few comments, but I just want to touch on one that you mentioned just now, and that has to do with the Disaster Council. I think one of what I didn't see in the report was a recommendation for the county to ensure that we follow the ordinance that outlines the process for convening the Disaster Council. So while I appreciate and understand why the county should incorporate CORE into an ordinance or some formalized structure, including elected officials, you know, we can incorporate and put new ordinances together, but unless we follow the old ordinances or the ordinances that we have in place, I think that should be a recommendation. Follow the ordinances that we have. The Disaster Council ordinance, in my opinion, wasn't followed. We didn't institute that Disaster Council until much later than we should have. I think CORE is a good idea and should be prioritized, especially with elected officials, but we have to make sure that we're maintaining and coordinating and implementing the ordinances that we have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please continue.
Great. Thank you. The next area for improvement pertains to public information. A Joint Information Center, or JIC, was established to support unified command, but a separate structure was not established specifically to support county communications. The lack of a separate structure or clear protocols on what information could be shared by the county resulted in delays in messaging, including messaging focused on critical issues like public health. In addition, local partners were not consulted by Unified Command in shaping the message to the public to make sure information was responsive to the whole community, including non-English speaking populations and tourists. It's important to note that local elected officials had no role in press conferences, or in some cases were actively excluded from press conferences. There's also a concern that the responsible party shaped messaging to give the best possible perception of response operations. Recommendations associated with this area include reviewing plans to clarify establishment of a JIC to support the county as deemed necessary by the county. This includes working with state and federal partners to determine when messaging may require approval from Unified Command. We also recommend the county, state, and federal government incorporate operations of a JIC into future exercises. A final,
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to go through a couple of these things as they come up, because in the report you do talk about the lack of timely communication, which undermined our long-standing relationships between local entities and local media. But I would suggest that it's not just that timely communication, but as we know and was reported, that there was a memo that was generated by Unified Command that talked about preferential journalists, and I think that needs to be incorporated into our report. And however it's worded, but it's not just a lack of timely communication with our media. It's also ensuring that we have control over or we have a say in ensuring all media is allowed to be part of the press conferences, et cetera. I think that memo was very offensive, and I think we should mention it in our report as something that will not be tolerated.
Supervisor Carball.
Thank you. I just want to build on that. I think that memo was most unfortunate because it goes to the public's trust. It goes to not being transparent. It goes to only giving out information that we think is favorable in some way, shape, or form. And I just think not only was that memo offensive, for it to be coming from a public government agency was inappropriate, to say the least. So I do hope we learn from that because, I think we hear stories like that coming from private companies, but government, certainly transparency and the public's trust is always at stake. And when we reflect that type of behavior, it doesn't go to increasing that public's trust.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of join in on this. I have to say that we were excluded from press conferences. Although Supervisor Wolf and I were experienced enough electeds that I think we pushed our way into one of them anyway. But it's kind of unfortunate because a lot of the core issues that came out wouldn't have been so acute if at least the initial leadership of the JIC and the Unified Command there were just practice some common courtesy, quite frankly. So, we've certainly learned a lot. We're going to put these rules in place, so it doesn't really matter, unfortunately, if it should happen again, whoever the lead agency is. But that was a real issue. I think another issue was the lack of coordination of not just the press conferences, but the information that was going out from a variety of sources to do with the incident. So, there was no coordination there, and I think actually who probably got their message out first, was Plains with their own website and all of that, which I think initially caused some confusion because it wasn't really clear, who the author of this was. So, and then you had, Osper out, and, everybody was kind of going out. And so, without necessarily any links to the other information that was out there so that somebody was trying to follow it would at least know, what was out there and that everybody could, read the same things. And I don't really know if there's a solution for that because they can do it, but I mean, I think it would be our responsibility in organizing and operating our own, county JIC to be aware of all that, and then if there was no other entity that was going to aggregate all of that, we certainly could.
Well, I may be jumping ahead a little bit here, but I just wish we were a little more worried about getting the thing cleaned up rather than who got their message out first. And I think that as we go through this, we'll notice that we didn't have an immediate response on this, and that wasn't for lack of people who knew how to do something about it showing up on site. And those people were restrained from getting something around that when they first encountered it, and it was in a blob. So, that hold up until somebody got to say it's okay to act caused that thing to go much larger. And, that's, I think, what we should be more concerned about in the future instead of who's going to get their press conference out first. Supervisor Wolf.
Well, I obviously appreciate your comments, Mr. Adam, and I agree that the response time and the county's part in that was definitely circumvented. But, and I do believe that that's, for me, that is probably the most important thing. So I don't want you to get confused that just because I'm talking about this that I'm not concerned about that, because that is absolutely one of the most important issues, and that is the response time. And that's been talked about, discussed, gone over, but we as a county need to make sure we have our fire department sitting right behind you. And, you know, those folks, I think, were hamstrung from doing the work that they are trained to do by state and federal officials. And it wasn't until a few days later with Supervisor Farr and I getting on the phone and having our infamous tent meeting that we were able to get and assure that we could have our folks do the work that they are trained to do. And aside from that, it also has to do with, and I'm sure you're going to talk about it later because it's in the report, but the contracts that we have with our outside vendors, making sure that those are in place so that we can also get those boats up here immediately and not have to necessarily wait for other people to make that call.
Supervisor Carball.
Well, let me tell you, I was out there on that beach the day after it happened. You could barely even stand the stench of the oil. It smelled like gasoline, like somebody poured gasoline all around you and made you stand next to it. And then to see that there were only a small number of people responding, no boats in the water, you felt helpless that here the oil came down, continued to come down, and it was just horrendous, not only for the environment, but for the workers and everybody who was in that area. So, you know, the response time is so important when you consider looking back as to what worked well and what didn't. And we need to find a way of making sure that even though the report says that maybe it's not the county's responsibility about the staging of equipment so it could be readily available, it may is the word that was used in the report. It's ridiculous. We need to make sure that the resources and the assets to respond, I don't care whose responsibility it is, whether it's the state or the federal, we at the local level bear the brunt of these disasters. And we need to make sure that all the resources are readily available so if and when one of these will happen again, we are able to respond to protect the environment and the public health. And that's why getting this report right is so important, because the report outlines the deficiencies in our response. What could have gone better? And we need to make sure we take this really, really serious and not just see it as another report that goes on the shelf, because the environment and the public health is in jeopardy. So we need to take this very serious.
Well, and again, you know, I don't want to belabor this point, but the equipment, the resources were all ready to go. They were here. Yeah, no, they were. They showed up out there on site. You may not be aware of it, but they showed up out there on site and they were told to stand down because they were not empowered to go out there, and that's the biggest problem.
Well,
nobody was empowered to go out there and do something until the Coast Guard gave them the mother may I. Well, that's a fact.
Well,
I think the point is that we would like to have that control.
I think that's exactly the case, but you have a jurisdictional, I don't know how you establish jurisdictional superiority. I mean, we should have that case, that authority, but we don't. So well, I don't know who you go talk to create that and get an MOU, but that should be the biggest thing in this after action that we do is make sure that there is somebody empowered on the local level to release the contractors who have the training, showed up at the site, had the equipment within a striking distance. I mean, all of that stuff was here. they were not allowed to deploy it until 16, 18 hours later. And that's how that thing spread from a very hot place to breakfast. Supervisor Carbajal and then
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Farr.
we will agree to disagree. It was identified.
That's not uncommon.
It was identified that the resources that were needed were not readily available. For example, the FORT program is no longer functioning. Am I correct? Is it really in place? Is the FORT program working right now?
Not that I am aware of.
And if somebody could explain to my colleague, Supervisor Adam, what the FORT program is or was, which was in the report, if somebody would just read it. Could you tell us what the FORT program is?
Yes, Chair and Supervisor. The FORT program is a Fishermen's Oil Response Team. It's a construct of Clean Seas and Ventura County that organize local fishermen to support response for oil spills on the ocean.
And was that in place?
To our knowledge, it's no longer an active program.
Thank
to my
you.
knowledge, should I say.
And was there enough boom to deal with this disaster to protect the ocean and collect that oil?
To my knowledge, owned by the county, no, sir.
Thank you very much.
That's not what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's
M-
not what I'm
m-
That's not what
saying.
he's talking about.
Mr. Chair, I think that we're talking about two different kinds of cleanup. I think Supervisor Carbajal is talking about the impacted ocean and the resources not being in place in the county for an immediate response. And I know that by the time the Coast Guard came and that very first press conference happened, it was already dark at Refugio Beach, and so that oil had already been pouring in there and impacted in the way that Supervisor Carbajal is talking about. I think, Chair Adam, you're talking about at the site, at the location on land of where the pipeline break was, and frustration in having the equipment there to start digging it up and taking it out and sorting it, and not having the ability for the go-ahead to do that.
That's not what I'm limiting that to. I talked to an individual who I do not have permission to go into his comments fully, but they walked over the edge and there was a giant pile of oil underneath and they couldn't do anything about it. That's all I'm saying. And
Well,
they had the wherewithal to get that as it was a pile before it spread, and they were not able to do that.
Well, I mean, I would agree with both of you that, we just didn't have the timeliness of response, whether on land or in the ocean, in order to try to mitigate in whatever way we could the damage that was occurring. But I actually have a follow-up question. And this actually might go to our planning staff. In driving down 101 all the time as I do, it appears that there is some excavation work that has been done or is being done now. And it's my understanding that that pipeline, that Plains is looking at other locations on that pipeline. So I believe that the only jurisdiction that the county has is if they come in and ask for a permit just to move dirt. So in kind of getting at the timeliness of response of this and who's responsible and all of that, I mean, there could be other leaks that are going on that just were not as dramatic as this. But we wouldn't necessarily know about it anyway unless the pipeline operator came and said, we need to notify you that we're moving dirt. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Farr, I think you asked several questions in that one question. So I'll answer the easy one first, which is Plains is doing anomaly digs. I think they've finished most of the anomaly digs that they've requested from the county permits for. They're doing it as part of their corrective action order with PHMSA. So we are aware of the digs and have permitted it, and you're right, it's really just because of the earth movement. that we've done that.
So if they uncovered something where there had been a very small leak that hadn't really been detected, would that be something that we would find out about?
So, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Farr, there can't be any leaks right now because there's no product in the pipeline. So your question's kind of theoretical. I mean, they've purged the pipeline, it's evacuated, so there aren't leaks. Are they reporting to us the findings of the anomaly digs and the condition of the pipeline? No, they're in direct communication with PHMSA on that.
Okay, so actually, there could have been some small leaks that were occurring before we had this really big leak that weren't noticeable, weren't reported. Then we have the big leak, then they go back and they do the anomalies, and if they dug something up and they found some soil that was impacted even in a minor way, that wouldn't be reported back to us anyway. All we would know is that they were moving dirt in that particular location to check the pipe.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Farr, they're required to report leaks to local, state, and federal jurisdictions.
So they would have to report
Yes.
it to us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, the reason I asked about it, Mr. Chair, is kind of who knows what when and who's responsible and who, you know, who gets to decide, you know, what happens and when. And obviously, you know, when we're talking about this particular incident, it was so large and so impactful. But trying to get kind of down to the root order of, you know, how things would normally go. So thank you, Ms. Black.
Mr. Gazzoni is trying to chime in.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, I think part of the role that planning and the county were able to maintain in the follow-on after cleanup stems out of the memorandum of understanding between the state and the county, which the presentation will discuss. And that specific language says that orders of the federal on-scene coordinator or the state incident commander do not preempt the county on its applicable ordinances and permit conditions. And as I'm hearing the board discuss response operations, it seems that as the county updates its MOU with the state oil spill prevention and response people, that including a sentence in plain English there about county response authority might be helpful. And that would be consistent with the National Oil and Hazardous Substance Pollution Contingency Plan that normally has the federal on-scene coordinator directing response efforts, but still preserves a role for local authority. And in our discussions with the Coast Guard about retaining local permit authority for follow-on permits, this MOU is very helpful to preserving the county's role after the federal authorities left. And I'm suggesting that, you know, one possible action item for the board would be just to make sure that we're following up on this in the update to address the response component as well.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So given what Mr. Gazzoni said, that I think that would be an appropriate addition to our plan. Is that something that can be done?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, yes, that's part of the process going forward, is to examine our current oil spill contingency plan and to update that while gleaning input from county departments as well as jurisdictional and other stakeholders, including the NGOs, and to also examine our MOU, as Mr. Gazzoni noted, under our current agreement, our current MOU, and our current plan, that the federal on-scene coordinator and the state on-scene coordinator have the primary authority for directing response, and it would be in the county's best interest to further explore that issue and to articulate what the role of the county would be in terms of providing input to that initial response. And that is part of our intent.
I just want to make sure that what Mr. Gazzoni articulated is specific into our recommendation for improvement. That we are really specific, that the MOU will state that the county will have the jurisdiction to implement response plans. Not that we're going to see or talk, that is something that we are going to implement in the MOU.
We will ensure that conversation takes place as part of our update of the MOU and the OSCP.
So not just a conversation, but that it happens, because it seems like we have that, that we can do that, is what I'm hearing from Mr. Gazzoni. Is that right?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, yes, the Code of Federal Regulations preserves the ability for state and local participation in the response itself, not just management of the response. And we can work with CEO's office and OEM on pursuing that in plain English in an update of the MOU.
Okay. I appreciate that, but I think it's important to see it in the plan. Can we get that in the plan?
Yes, we will write in and offer clarification and provide detail of what that means.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, before we leave this, are we not constrained a little bit? Is it within our power to tell a contractor who shows up on site to go ahead?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, I think maybe I'm going to digress just for a moment to say when we're talking about the plan, and OEM can discuss this more, we're talking about the Santa Barbara Operational Area Oil Spill Contingency Plan. An attachment to that is the MOU between the state and the county as the local on-scene coordinator. And I think as we look at this Code of Federal Regulations, the county does have emergency powers as well as under the State Emergency Services Act. I think the side question is reimbursement for costs that come out of deploying a contractor. Normally, actions that are consistent with the National Contingency Plan are reimbursed, but those are two separate questions: authority to deploy a resource and likely reimbursement for it. And as part of the preparation for this meeting, one of the things that we had done with OEM was to talk with the state about the existing contracts for cleanup resources, whether vessel or otherwise. And right now, both OEM can address this more. Both Coast Guard and state oil spill prevention response have essentially standby contracts with certain vessels and certain vendors, and that's not something that the county itself has right now. The county could do that, but right now we don't have, to my knowledge, any vacuum truck or skimmer vessel or offload barge contracts. And I think the thought, prior to this spill had been that's something that the federal authorities and the state authorities deploy. But right now we don't have that contract ability. We don't have that contract in place.
Right. Well, and that's the thing, because we're never going to be able to have the equipment that it's going to take to clean something like that up. So, we need to be able to tell those guys when they showed up, because they showed up. There was a company that's designed to do just that. They got called, they showed up, and there was nobody with the authority. In fact, they were told you can't go any further than X point, which was really to block the culvert going underneath the road, so it didn't put any more oil on the other side of 101. And then the vacuum trucks, the string of vacuum trucks took everything that was still on top of the surface over on the north side, I guess, of the 101 at that point. So the issue is, how do we get the ability to make sure that there's people who have the equipment and the expertise and the training to move on something immediately instead of waiting around for some teen hours until somebody with the proper authority gets there and says, oh, yeah, you could do that.
If I could, Mr. Chair, it would seem to me that we have contracts in place. We have Public Works sitting here, and I believe, Mr. McAlpin, we have contracts in place with contractors should there be flooding or other emergencies. I'm sure we have other departments where we have contracts in place for other issues that we don't have on a daily basis. So it would seem, and I look to Mr. Gazzoni or our staff, that we should, as an action item, be preparing for this eventuality and making sure that we have the proper contracts in place so that when we have the authority, get the contracts moving, and in the event of an emergency, we are the controlling party. And I would assume, I know that the reimbursement part is an issue, but I would feel very confident that we would be able to get the reimbursement from the responsible party. But we need to have that. We have the authority. Now we have to make sure that we use it.
Yeah, and I want to apologize to especially Supervisor Carbajal, because I'm being a little cryptic, and you're not maybe understanding exactly what I'm saying. I think we're going to, at the end of the day, we're going to agree at the, with the what we're talking about, but I was being a little cryptic there, and I'm sure you didn't understand what I was saying.
Chair and Supervisors, I'd like staff to chime in on this. So I think what we're hearing is that you'd like us to have contracts available already that could potentially be reimbursed by the responsible party. But I want to talk about whose jurisdiction it is, and so I understand where you want us to have a plan to be ready if this happens. But I'd like the OEM and Ms. Nistich or actually Katie to respond to that.
So we'll discuss further in our slides, but as part of our process going forward, we will review, in addition to the oil spill contingency plan, we will also be working with the local area committee, which is the Coast Guard's working group. The county will be a co-chair of a subcommittee with 4 working groups to identify, as part of that process, what resources are identified and locally available. So one of the parts of that process, or certainly one of the parts of our process, will be to review to make sure that all available resources are pre-identified and are part of this OSRO list of available resources. Our, of course, primary goal will be to work with our state and federal partners to ensure that, working through that process, that whenever appropriate, that the necessary resources would be brought to bear. But we are, of course, interested in ensuring that we have local resources available as well, and working to increase those local resources.
Okay, one more question. Is there any model anywhere else for some kind of a local control independency or during travel time from the people that show up from Coast Guard?
I'm not aware of another model, but one of the issues we would work through is at what point does the establishment of the unified command take place, i.e. if the locals are out there and present prior to the arrival of our state and federal partners, and to clarify exactly what those immediate authorities would be to direct that response. The initial response is led by local response agencies. In this case, it was County Fire that led that response, but to further identify and clarify at what point establishment of unified command would take place and at what point we could direct those resources. But in the instance of this case, Clean Seas was activated that afternoon, and another issue would be to ensure that under their control that the necessary and available resources are made available, and that's part of the process that Ms. Freeman will be further describing in terms of our improvement plan.
Okay, and how do they vet those contractors? Is there some kind of a process that they undergo where they look at the assets the contractor could potentially deploy and make sure that they have adequate ability to show up and move the circus into town and get it going?
That's correct. There is a state process that sets out requirements for pre-establishment of qualifications for that.
Okay, good. Supervisor Farr.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding the Coast Guard was the lead because it got to the ocean. But in a situation where it didn't get to the ocean, it was just a big spill that was confined to land, who would have been the lead agency then?
So when the primary impact is on land, then the federal on-scene coordinator is the Environmental Protection Agency, and the state is there present without. And yes, currently, although we are fortunate to have the county, due to our MOU, be part of the Unified Command, we do have to do, the agreement also recognizes that we must defer to their authority.
So if it's the EPA, where are they coming from, and how long would it take them to get here? Because the Coast Guard, relatively speaking, wasn't that far away, even though it took them a while to get here.
I can't speak with complete authority on the part of the EPA. But their regional headquarters is in the Bay Area, but I know that they also have resources closer, I believe in Bakersfield and some other places that are closer as well. I believe they might also in Ventura, but I'd have to look into that.
Okay, well, Ventura would certainly be better than Bakersfield or the Bay Area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, please continue.
If I may just address one issue, Chair Adam, that Supervisor Wolf raised specific to the Joint Information Center. Page 24 of the report, Area for Improvement 7, specific to public engagement, specifically addresses the issue related to favorability ratings of various members of the press. So that is addressed in the report and currently documented in the report, just to address that. Moving on to slide 10.
I think my point is that they didn't include in the report part of the issue that caused consternation was the memo that was drafted by Incident Command. That wasn't highlighted. And if we are part of Incident Command, I think one of the recommendations for us is to ensure that doesn't ever occur again. I think one of the recommendations that you have in your report is that we should identify a pool of reporters. I mean, there was a whole section on that, but my major concern is the very unfortunate identification of what they termed as positive reporters. And again, we were part of that Incident Command team, and that is, I think, one of the most embarrassing things that happened during this whole incident.
Understood.
Out of many, there were many.
Specifically as it applies to Site 10, the final area for improvement that I will raise before we discuss other elements of the report is that it applies to staffing the Incident Command Post, or ICP. While Unified Command develops incident action plans, the Incident Command Post is responsible for providing guidance and implementation of those plans. Local and county partners were not offered a significant opportunity to provide staff to the Incident Command Post, which could enhance the ability of the county to reflect local processes and procedures into incident action plans and other tactical documents associated with response. We recommend the county consider incorporating staffing positions in the ICP into the MOU or generally into associated plans.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we leave the areas for improvement, unless we're going to talk about it later, I'd like to, if this is the time to talk about the area dealing with volunteers.
Okay.
Are we going to get to that later, or is that part, since it was part of improvement, if it's okay to talk about it now, throw it out there. You know, I noticed in the report, I think that was one of the key areas, is that, you know, obviously we have a lot of people that would like to, especially when response was slow, that they feel the desire to get down there and do something themselves. And I think it even says in the report, regardless of what your response is, you're always going to have people that want to get involved. And of course, there's a question of, there's that balance of, you know, our liability or safety, those types of issues. But I think what was lacking in the report is, you know, it basically says that the OSPRs is probably the best place for folks to, you know, volunteer from, and maybe this organization needs to reach out to our community. And it seems to me that maybe the onus should be on us more to do the outreach. You know, it would seem to me that if there's a trained volunteer database locally that could be activated, and I know we have our CERT team, but it doesn't, if I went on the website and it doesn't talk about anything about oil spill, it would be nice to have those folks here that, you know, because they're going to go there anyway. So they might as well be trained, obviously not at our cost, but you know, there's other organizations that would be happy to do it. And you know, I just see in that one recommendation, it just basically says that the LA Long Beach Area Committee for OSPR should be the one doing the outreach. And I would just, you know, my 2 cents is that we should have a hand in that as well. The other thing is, I just got to say, Appendix H was a little, it's found a little strange. It was the message regarding the adverse health effects of oil. And it basically says this messaging may discourage spontaneous volunteers from engaging in the future oil spill response. So it's basically saying, here's all the bad things about oil, and we're trying to discourage people from showing up. And that's, I think, where this training needs to come in. It just seemed like a little strange. But so that's my 2 cents on the volunteer database.
Supervisor Wolf.
Supervisor Lavagnino, I just want to thank you. I think that's a really good point. I'm almost thinking that they may have activated CERT and then they did the training with them for certification, but it was very late in the game. And then the coordination, as I understood it, getting people out to the site, certain areas were already cleaned. But I think the point Supervisor Lavagnino made is a really good one, and that is that we take it upon ourselves to do the training and have people at the ready. That again goes to that response element that we really shouldn't forget. So thank you for bringing that up.
Supervisor Carbajal.
I want to echo that as well. I will remind us, though, that one is developing a core of volunteers, and there might be grant money out there to help us with this. But two, again, I can't get over the toxic fumes that were coming out of that mess on the beach, and whether that means we have to have some kind of gas masks or something. It was really bad. So I'm assuming our physicians, even though there's a spill and we have volunteers that we should train and have on call, still have to do an assessment of what is the protection that the volunteers need to have to go exercise and help with the disasters such as an oil spill that we're talking about here. So I just want to remind us that I think public health is always going to be a partner in helping whatever core we develop, which I think is a great idea, in advance, actually be effective.
Chair and Supervisors, I do want to point out, I think we hear you, and that's why the Haggerty in its report does describe that we need to develop a volunteer management plan as part of this process that would answer all these questions. So thank you.
If I could add in, I mean, currently in our current oil spill contingency plan, there is one page dedicated to use of volunteers during an oil spill, and that's obviously insufficient. So we will ensure that that section is fully developed and appropriately. As you know, one of the challenges, as Supervisor Carbajal noted, is the safe use of volunteers. These are federal OSHA requirements. It's not a local decision. We were granted some waivers to reduce that training time, but there are also other ways that we can effectively use volunteers, and whether that's getting them pre-trained and pre-vetted through the Oil Wildlife Care Network to help clean impacted animals, or whether to use them for oil spotters or spotters for impacted wildlife or other means. There are a lot of potential opportunities out there. It is challenging, and that's an area that we'll obviously spend a significant amount of time working on.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I mean, I think the point is you can get these folks trained so that they understand and that they're well equipped for this type of emergency. But the one thing that really kind of galled me was the fact that our firefighters weren't allowed to go out because supposedly they weren't certified under these federal guidelines when they were ready and able to do the work. So, you know, to me, it felt like it was one roadblock after another roadblock after another roadblock, and to the extent that we can eliminate those roadblocks and get immediate attention, to the extent that we can, which it sounds like we can, so we should be aggressive and move in that direction.
Sorry, go ahead. Sidebar. So are we.
Okay. Lastly, before I pass it back to Mr. Troy, I would like to note that following the July Board of Supervisors meeting and at the request of the board, we offered a public comment period on the previous version of the after action report. That period resulted in 34 comments from 5 organizations and 5 changes to the document. The majority of the comments received were addressed in the after action report recommendations and therefore did not result in changes to the document. All of those comments are produced in Appendix K for your reference. It's important to note that all comments received during the after action meeting, those are also reproduced in the after action report. The comments received during the public comment period and any additional comments received today will be considered by the Office of Emergency Management and other stakeholders as the improvement plan for the after action report is implemented. And Mr. Troy will provide some information on what those next steps are.
So, well, I guess first and foremost, just to reiterate, we will reconvene the county oil response group to implement the county's improvement plan to further development and identify how the county, under its own control, will implement our improvement plan and develop what needs to be done. In addition to that, though, I'd like to highlight a few other past, current, and future initiatives that will also aid in this. So first and foremost is the regional response team, which is hosted by the Coast Guard and the EPA. We hosted one of their meetings back in January, their quarterly meetings, and then we attended their quarterly meeting in April up as well. We want to make sure that Santa Barbara County maintains visibility and a voice in that process, and we're committed to continuing to do that. We also hosted the quarterly area committee meeting on September the 8th, and we attend all other quarterly meetings as well for the same purpose, to make sure that we do have a voice and that we are viewed as partners and participants in this process. We will continue to do that as well. Tomorrow, and this is something that we've planned since this past April or May, we will be hosting an Office of Spill Prevention and Response oil spill workshop at the county EOC. Initially, the last time that type of training was held in Santa Barbara County was in 2011, and it was an overview where they came in and presented a training on what the current plans are, and that's well and good, and education is a necessary part of the process, but we also put a request to the state informing them we needed to do more than just have a presentation made. There needed to be a feedback loop where they could also hear the feedback from local government, from local stakeholders, local NGOs, et cetera. They've agreed to that, they understand that, so this is a workshop where there will be a feedback loop where they will listen to the feedback that is provided, and that'll serve as a common additional platform for all of us to move forward and to improve our respective plans. We will also, as part of the last area committee meeting, we have agreed to co-chair as part of the area committee, a Refugio Incident Subcommittee, and to participate in 4 established working groups. These working groups are information management, command and control, operational needs, and applied technology slash research vetting. These working groups will address action items to improve issues identified in the federal, state, and county after action reports. We've had frank conversation with our state and federal partners, and we've agreed to, rather than working in silos, to try and align our efforts to within these 4 working groups to address the common issues identified. So that will be a common vehicle for improvement, but above and beyond that, as part of the county oil response group, we will do what we need to do within county government to identify the best path forward. We're going to continue to work with our local jurisdictions and stakeholders to provide feedback to update the Santa Barbara County Operational Area Oil Spill Contingency Plan. The last time it was formally updated was in 2011. There was some draft update conducted in 2013. However, it was never followed through on and never formalized. We will change that. So over the next months, we will solicit additional input using this after action report as the foundation and the improvement plan to update the county's oil spill contingency plan and MOU as necessary. That will be an inclusive process, as I said, that will include our jurisdictions, our county departments, but also our NGOs and special districts as well. So with that, we're back to our recommended actions and any other additional questions that you have. Thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question, and it has to do with the after action report, and it's a objective number. It's on page 9, and it talks about the discharge of being at 126,000 gallons, and this was essentially information from the responsible parties and then the Security and Exchange Commission. But then I noted in the federal on-scene coordinator after action report, they used PHMSA's number of 142,800. That number, I mean, I think there should be, well, there's not total consistency between our reports, but I do think that an objective number is important, and I would suggest that the number from PHMSA is probably the more appropriate number. So I make that suggestion that that number either be changed or looked into further. Do you have a comment on that, Ms. Freeman?
I do not.
is it, let me ask this general question. We can make changes to this report today, correct?
So we will certainly document all of the insight and requests that were made here today. This report, at some point, we would like to have it adopted and passed and accepted as by the board so that we can move forward on this. As I noted in the beginning, this report is not the single report of any single person, but rather the cumulative effort of input from more than 38 organizations. So as such, it doesn't represent all of the opinions of any single person or single organization. It is a cumulative report. So it would be our preference to accept it.
CEO Masato.
This is our report that we've asked Haggerty to prepare, so we can make changes to the report. We just don't want to have the additional expense of Haggerty. So if you'd like, we can reflect somehow in here. We would have to talk about what that means to revise the report, but I think it's a fair comment if we just want to have some data points changed.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a total overhaul. I'm thinking of, some certain things that we've talked about. And it's great, the outreach that has been done. And then the outreach again, I think it's been important. But this is really the first time that this board has had a chance to look at it. And if we have, like, for instance, this issue, which I think is really important, to get the amount of oil that is discharged, that number is accurate, because as we know throughout the process it kept changing, and that's why I suggest that we use the PIMSA number. And that wouldn't seem to be a big change.
Mr. Gazzoni, you have that look.
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, I'll agree with the CEO. This is the county's report, and I think what Supervisor Wolf is saying in this example is that at page 9, she would be all right with the county receiving the report with the addition of a sentence at page 9 after the $126,000 gallons to note that PHMSA later reported on date such and such that the spill was Y gallons. I'm just adding that in.
Thank you. And it's in the PHMSA. It is in this after action report from the federal government.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made a number of comments that I know that you've been writing down. So, I understand you're wanting us to accept it so that you can kind of move forward and start really implementing it. But, it seems like, we could say, we accept the report, with the following amendments, including the one that you just talked about, because I agree with Supervisor Wolf. I think it's important to acknowledge, and try to have some consistency in the amounts. But if there's some other things that you've made notes of where we've said pretty specifically, it would be nice if we kind of had the bullet pointed list of what those are and say we accept it with these amendments that the board has made today. And that way we've moved it forward, but our comments are reflected in the final document.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Chair and Supervisor, I'm just looking at staff. There's a lot of comments made. And again, these are really two things. One is the after action report, and what is the improvement plan. So, of course, we want to make sure that your comments are incorporated into our improvement plan, because that's what's most important going forward, how we address the issues. And those things are going to be, as you see, the recommendations are pretty general, and it's for us, our responsibility as we go forward to get more specificity around them. So I think I'm looking at Terry, if we need more time, or if those can be done today as general comments to include in the improvement plan. I'm seeing her nod yes.
Yes, thank you, CEO Miyasato, Chair Adam, and members of the board. I brought you back to this slide as well. The reason we included this is because this does outline a number of our additional processes where we'll also incorporate your comments today. I do have a list of the specific direction. I hope I've captured all of it. Certainly you gave us direction on how to approach the MOU in terms of the response and including those specific comments and approach, as County Council also provided guidance on. You provided additional directions on the volunteers, et cetera, as well as inclusion of some of the items related to the memo released as part of Unified Command. So we can certainly incorporate all of those as part of the comments, and then we will capture them more intently as part of our follow-through on this process. So this will become the process that receives, and we continue to work through a lot of these things. To go back to Mr. Troy's earlier comments at the beginning, that this is really starting a continuous improvement process. So I'm happy to delineate each of the recommendations that you made when it comes to that point, so that it can be captured in your motion.
Okay, let's go to public comment, and just a little housekeeping. We are going to go to lunch after this item.
Chair Adam and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak on this item. We are going to start with Linda Kropp, to be followed by Gail Oshweko.
Thank you and good morning. I was very impressed with your comments and observations regarding this report, and I also want to thank county staff and Haggerty for putting together this report. We do have some similar concerns about information regarding the actual response to the oil spill, what happened on day 1. I was also there on day 1, and I think I saw one person walking up the beach, and I didn't see any boom. I saw clean seas way offshore, but they couldn't do anything for a spill that emanated onshore. And it was just amazing how much oil was just getting washed out to sea for the first 24 hours. So I really appreciate, I feel like you guys have unanimous concern about that. What I'd like to address is how that's handled in the report. I feel like it's kind of deferred to the responsibility of other agencies, and I think we've had some good discussion here about the county needs to focus on its own authority and responsibilities. What I would like to see added is what happened those first 24 to 48 hours. I've read all 3 after-action reports. None of them include that. The federal after-action report has this one little chart that doesn't tell you anything, but we still don't know what happened the first 48 hours. We don't know when people showed up. We don't know when County Fire was there. We don't know when OEM was there. We don't know when contractors were there. We don't know when some of the first fishing vessels were there. We don't know when the boom was there. When I say we, I mean the public. Hopefully people do know that. So the first thing is we would like to see that added to the after-action report so we know where were the problems. Where was a resource available that wasn't deployed? Where were county personnel available that were told to wait for unified command? I know that the Coast Guard commander didn't show up till 7 p.m. because I was there. But we need to know what happened to know what to do different next time. So we would like to see that made available, whether it's part of this after-action report or a supplement or what have you. I'd also like to clarify that the county has tremendous authority under state law, more so than under federal law. Your county oil spill contingency plan comes from state law, the Lempert-Keene-Seastrand Act, and you were given a grant to prepare the plan. You can get state funding to update the plan, but as part of that law, the county is encouraged to come up with its own plan, which you have, and it includes things like staging areas, identification and inventory of available emergency response supplies and equipment under the control of the local government, which may potentially be used during an oil spill response to protect or contribute to the protection of resources. The list should include oil spill specific equipment such as booms and skimmers, land moving equipment, bulldozers, cranes, the authority to deploy such equipment. So I just want you to make sure you look at the state law and regulations as well as you update the county's oil spill contingency plan and the MOU. The MOU is with the state. The state has given you this authority, so that should not be a problem. So again, thank you so much for your concern, and we look forward to working with the county moving forward.
Supervisor Carbajal.
I would like staff's response to did we not, why we didn't characterize as much as we know, or are we so oblivious as to what transpired in terms of those first 24, 48 hours? When fire, I think, initially was led to the scene and corroborated the leak, what happened next? Do we have any of that information? And if so, I think it's reasonable to try to characterize that, because that's how we learn. what went wrong? Once fire said, yes, this is not a good scene, what happened afterwards? What was the protocol? Who came next? So I'd love to hear why that's not in there. Or can we put it in there?
Well,
I'm asking staff.
Yeah, no, I get that, but to that end, Ms. Nisich, would you tell us about the timeline that existed at one time and we can't seem to put our hands on anymore?
Yes, Chair Adam and Supervisor Carbajal, I would best answer that question to indicate that all of the timelines that were developed were turned over to the District Attorney's Office as part of the formal investigation. And at the time that this report was being prepared, that is still an ongoing activity. So at this point, we have not released a formal timeline, which is a complete consolidation of all of those events. If County Council would like to provide any additional information, I'd welcome that. But that is as to how we have been operating as up to this point.
So, Mr. Chair, is what I'm hearing from you that there's an ongoing investigation that's ensuing still? And as such, as a result, we are choosing or not allowed to include that information in this report. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Supervisor Carbajal, that's what I'm indicating. That is still ongoing unless there's other information that County Council could provide. A lot of that information has not been formally released to the public, to my understanding, at this point in time.
Then I would submit, if Council corroborates that we have an action item as part of this report that as soon as that matter is resolved, that a compendium of that timeline be reinserted or added or supplement this report, and maybe even have that item come back to this board, again, to re-examine that early 48-hour characterization. No matter what the DA and the Attorney General decide as it relates to this particular case, at some point it's going to be public, and we will be in a position to revisit that. So I would hope that that's something that is included in this action of accepting this report, that be included as a follow-up action.
Well, and I want to follow up again and just make clear that there was an electronic copy of an email between me and you, which just seems to have fallen off the cyber cliff.
Yes, Chair Adam, to that point, while we were at the Joint Information Center, there were initial timelines that were compiled to begin to track that information, and that's all since been turned over.
Except for the one we can't find, and you can't produce it for me to have here today.
Correct. I cannot produce that. I cannot
Interesting, huh?
locate that.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I wholeheartedly agree with Supervisor Carbajal. When this whole thing was going on, and maybe it was the historian in me, I'm all about chronology. What happened, who knew what, when, and the order. And I think that is critically important for the understanding of this incident as well as making improvements going forward. So, I think, but I would extend it because there may be other information that's kind of been embargoed at this point in time because of the ongoing investigation. And I'm not really sure where we are with the information at the time that was also kept confidential as to the mapping of how far the oil traveled down the coast when they were doing, different typing of the kind of oil and where it might have come from. Did it come from this spill? Did it come from a seep? Did it come from someplace else? And so besides the timeline, if there's other information relevant to all of this that is now, not out in the public, that I think that our recommendation should be broadened to say whenever, not just the timeline, but any other information then can become public information, it needs to be appended to this report.
Yeah, and one other thing, can we make a formal request to the DA to return all the items that may have become evidence that were in our possession to begin with?
Chair Adam and Supervisors, I'm going to digress just for a moment and say that we have We are aware of investigations by the Attorney General's Office, by the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office, and also by PHMSA, the federal agency that's doing a root cause analysis on this, and we'll have a final investigation at some point. So I think that as part of your recommendation or part of your action today, you could, direct attachment of a timeline or the chronology to this report, among other actions. And we can coordinate with the DA's office, but we did coordinate with the District Attorney's Office as to what documents would be protected for their criminal investigation up front. And I can't go into great detail on that, but we could certainly recover documents at the end of their case and attach those to this or bring them back to the board.
Yeah, make a motion for return of borrowed items. Supervisor Carl.
Yeah, well, I think we ought to pursue those, but if for some reason we're not given those documents, again, my suggestion is that we include as an action item that record, when it becomes available, be added as a supplement section to this report, so that maybe even discussed by this Board of Supervisors again.
Well, I think we can accommodate that anytime. If there's an appropriate spot down the road, we can bring it back. Okay, so we have one more speaker.
Chair Adam and members of the board, our last request to speak is Gail Oshweko.
Thank you, Chair Adams and supervisors. I really appreciate hearing the passion you all have this morning. I was listening from home, and then I thought I better get down here. I sent you a letter yesterday, which hopefully you've received. I sense that some of you maybe even read it already. I just wanted, just for those of you who don't know me, I'm an independent filmmaker. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm also a member of the board of the Environmental Defense Center. I completely agree with everything in the Environmental Defense Center's report. I was on the beach a couple of hours before Linda and the other EDC staff people came down late that afternoon, early evening. I was there through the press conference. I was present at most of the rest of the press conferences and briefings, although until I got a press pass, it was a little difficult, so I probably missed a little, but I'm pretty resourceful, so I did manage to get in. I mostly wanted, everything you've talked about is really important, and I haven't heard much about the culverts, but boy, I'd like somebody to be sure our culverts have some kind of shutdown mechanism so that if pipelines ever leak or break again, there's no access for land-based spills to reach the ocean. There's just inexcusable. I really came because I didn't see enough in the report, in the after-action report and the recommendations that really hit hard at the kind of problems we could have in the future with human health, not to mention animal health as well. We were lucky. We were really lucky. This spill happened in a pretty remote area, not highly populated. The only people I know who got sick, and they got really sick, were a few ranchers and their workers and their dogs that were throwing up. And they did not get advice that they needed to get out of there and get out of there quickly, and they did not get the information they needed to see a health professional who was trained in chemical exposure. That should never happen here. We're a county absolutely full of oil and gas. We produce it offshore, we produce it onshore, we pipe it around. We have to anticipate that we'll have another spill. There's, a significant spill happening somewhere in the country every 2.5 days. So we've had two between here and Ventura in, recent memory, fresh memory. So what can we do? The warnings were not adequate. You saw the kids on the beach in their flip-flops
Excuse me.
They just needed, we
you're
need to
over.
fix it.
You're over.
Okay, so I just
Thank
want
you.
to say, there's
you.
5 points, put them in the
Thank you.
report. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. So what's the pleasure of the board here?
Mr. Adam, if I could, I have something that I missed to discuss with our folks, and that has to do with the sampling. You mentioned that in the recommendation about the county having ahead of time a contract with our own researchers or someone who can do independent sampling. So I think that goes to that being ready so that in the event we know who to contact and they are an independent source. One thing that wasn't mentioned, which I really appreciate that, and a lot of other things that you picked up in this report, but the one thing that's missing, but I noted from one of the comments, was a need to track the sampling results. Supervisor Farr touched on that. There was a lot of confusion during the response with a lot of different people looking at different samples and all of us being told which samples were tested, which ones weren't. It was a mess, frankly. And so if we are going to do an independent sampling, which is in your report, then we also need to ensure that those results are communicated to all of us and to the public. So I would suggest that as another recommendation. And as per the medical response, can you talk a little bit about that, how we are interacting with public health as far as getting the information out to the public?
Thank you, Supervisor Wolf, through the chair. So Public Health was present and did respond on May the 19th. There was sensing data that was made available to Public Health as well as to the public. However, one of our identified areas for improvement is through the public education component. And so we recognized that we needed to do a better job in the future of sharing that information with the public, both what the actual conditions are, but also what the expected impacts are or what steps should be taken. And so to that end, the county has since implemented a strategic communications plan. We've also purchased our a mass notification system, but we also that will also be one of that is part of our improvement plan that we will focus on in the future. And to focus back on your comments in regards to the fingerprint, that's very much something that we will focus on as well. I can tell you that the intent within, the initial intent within the response in the Unified Command was to provide total transparency to the fingerprint results for both the state and the federal and then the contract results, and to put them, the intent was to put them out into a single report in a clear format that was universally understandable for transparency. That did not happen, and no one was more frustrated with that than our office, and so we will ensure that that doesn't happen again.
And just before I close, I just want to make my final comments because obviously we have a lot of suggestions, but I think you folks have, I do have one more thought. And that has to do with, I also thought we were going to do some kind of agreement for an organization, or in this case, the Coast Guard, to use our EOC. I thought that we were going to have contracts in place so that when an agency comes in, everyone knows what the cost of the use of our building is, so we don't have to backtrack later. So would that be part of this?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, thank you. That issue is part of our current oil spill contingency plan. The county's EOC is identified as a potential ICP site. As identified in the report, there's some benefit that came from them being there, but there were certainly many negatives that came from them as well. So as part of the review and update of our oil spill contingency plan, we will further identify and encourage the use of alternate facilities for the use of an incident command post. And if we do allow for, certainly we would never want to slow down a response by if it were unavoidable.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Is that in this plan?
Yes, it's under recommendation 18.
So we are recommending that they use other sites?
That they identify other sites that are suitable for use, identify other resources suitable for use, and in the future, if they're using the Emergency Operations Center, that there's a standard operating procedure that dictates use of the current Emergency Operations Center. So area for improvement 18 and associated recommendations.
Okay, well, I think I might disagree with that. Because I think our EOC should be the number one place and that we offer to an outside agency. And rather than have them start searching around for other places, this should be their go-to location. What I understood was missing was an agreement on the cost of the use of that building. But so is it the consensus then that we don't want? Go ahead, CEO.
Supervisor, so you're right about the cost. We need to get a cost structure. Should we lease out our building? Absolutely, and that was a recommendation. I think we've done that. What you're saying is, do we want our EOC to be the basically incident command post for an incident? And I don't think that's a wise decision. And you can ask our fire chief, and he's shaking his head, and I don't know if Eric wants to come up and say something, because it mixes the incident command with the EOC. The EOC is the county's effort in support of the incident for evacuations, for public information, for logistics, for public works. It's our county's response. So the difficulty we had, in fact, in this incident was because our EOC became the incident command. As you saw, we were in one
I'm
little area.
fully aware of the conflict. I totally get it. But they were there for 2 weeks, a week. 2 weeks. So I understand.
Wait just a second. What did you just say?
They were there 13 days.
13 days. Okay, sorry. I thought you said 13 weeks. Okay.
No.
It seemed like forever.
I know you might think that I would agree with you, because I did feel like they were taking over our building and we couldn't function as we wanted to. However, I think if you ask them, they would say that they were able to do a better job having the facility that we had, and then they were able to look for other places. Now, if you guys don't agree with that, then that's fine. That's just my perception. But then, if that is the case, then I do think it's our responsibility to try then and identify other locations, so that when an agency comes from, Sacramento or San Diego, they're going to come here. Let's have a list then of places that they can go to, because again, I think the speed of the response is so important. So if our EOC isn't the place, okay, fine. Then let's have other places ready for them. So you don't have to say anything, Eric, because I agree. I get it.
She's talked herself through it.
I have talked myself through it.
Supervisor, self-therapy, self-guided discovery. It is. It's awesome. Supervisor Farr.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going back to one of the primary areas for improvement where, we talked about a JIC being established to support Unified Command, but a separate JIC specific to the county was not established. And I think that goes to the need for us having our EOC, for us. And that's the place that we're going to have our JIC and support these efforts in all the ways that are important to us. And while, I'm not opposed that, we might have a list of sites that we want to suggest for them, I likened it to the fact that, you invite a guest into your home and find out that you get relegated to, the basement or the garage. They just, took over everything. And, and that space is so important for our people and our coordination. So we won't even get into the fact they didn't know who Supervisor Wolf and I were yeah.
Lucky you had your picture on the wall.
Yeah, I know, really. The other comment I had to make about the comments about the involvement of public health and notification, it's been said since then that the Air Pollution Control District should have had a bigger role in all of this, should have been more involved, should have been providing, should have been monitoring, should have had, some more information. And I just know that just recently, because of the fires, APCD has really been right there with joint information going out with public health. So I think we've kind of turned a new page there, but I just wanted to say, they are certainly one of our important partners in this effort. Thank you.
Well, I certainly want to defer to Mr. Troy and Chief Peterson on that. And whatever you guys think is what we ought to do, that's what we ought to do. Okay, so What do we need to do here, guys? We need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move this item with the incorporation of now and in the future as the early 48-hour timeline becomes available and all the activity and everything that took place or didn't be added to this report and be brought back to the supervisors, even as an admin item or as a departmental item for consideration, discussion, should I say.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask the maker of the motion, it seems like Ms. Mosnisic had kind of a bullet-pointed list of all the things that we talked about today that we gave direction on. So I don't know that we need to flesh out every single one, but I think as a matter of the record, to list all of them that we've talked about now that are going to be incorporated in these reports, not just the timeline, which I, of course, think is very important.
I agree.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Terry, do you have a
Yes,
comment?
Chair, would you like me to go ahead and provide that list? Okay.
Oh.
I'll do my best. For number one is reference to page 9 about the number of gallons of oil spilled, to update that to make reference to the number within the PHMSA report. The second is direction to staff to update the MOU, and we'll certainly work with County Council on that, to include our response authority along with that, or as a companion to that, to assess our resource capability and those of the contractors and resources to respond within that response authority. The next is to, there was reference to the JIC memo to more appropriately describe the circumstances of that memo within the report. The next item was to make more clear, to establish a contract for sampling and how the communication of the sampling will occur, will be transmitted to the public. I think Mr. Troy described that a bit better than I just did. Number 7 is to establish the process to, again, address the sampling, to actually formally establish that process. And then finally, what I have is to return once the actual timeline is released as part of the ongoing federal and district attorneys' investigation of the timeline, to bring that timeline back, as Supervisor Carbajal indicated. And the other was to outline a list of additional places that could be used as both incident command posts in the event that we are back in the situation where our EOC needs to be used, and to facilitate that transition. I believe I captured everything.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, in that the 48-hour timeline be included as an addendum or a companion to this report, in addition to coming back to the board.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I think, because we did make a lot of comments around all of this. I mean, I think that this is kind of the short list, but I think it should be, include all these, but not limited to, as staff has an opportunity to go back and review the tape and see if there are any other particular points that need to be picked up as well, as part of the overall direction that the board gave during this hearing.
And Chair, I did miss one. I knew I'd miss one. I did miss specifically the establishment of the volunteer database, and to relook at that process very specifically. I apologize, I missed that one. Anything else?
Supervisors, I think that's pretty inclusive of everything that's been said today. Also, we are doing the improvement plan, so all the comments you made are in an effort to make improvements and write them down in an improvement plan, and that is certainly a document that will be continuing to be worked on. And so I don't want you to feel this is your last chance or our last chance. This is all going into an improvement plan that will be a living document that we're going to be working on significantly over the next few months, years.
I have a question.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if this was part of the motion, but after we do this improvement plan, will this be coming back to the board? I would assume it will, like every 6 months or yearly, so we can follow it, similar to what we're doing with the AHA recommendations, so we can ensure that there's progress being made and what is happening.
Supervisors, the improvement plan in general terms is included with this, but we can certainly bring that back to you on a regular basis. If it's every 6 months, to tell you where we are to show progress, I think that's a good idea.
And that would be, can you include that in your motion?
And to just add on to that, we can, they're very integrated, but report on the activities that we've highlighted here and the progress of all of those, because they are integrated, so.
Was
Okay,
there
so-
I'll second it. Did you second? I'll second the
There was
motion.
a second, wasn't there? Yeah, okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, we are going to be going back into closed session. And how long do you think that would take?
Chair Adam and Supervisors, I'm estimating between an hour and 90 minutes.
All right, well, let's go with the 90-minute version, and we'll come back at 2.
And in the noon closed session today, you're agendized to consider 2 potential cases of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 potential case deciding whether to initiate litigation, and then conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives.
All right, so we'll see you in an hour and a half. Are we back? Yes, we are. All right.
Chair
Mr.
Adam and
Mazzoni?
Supervisors, today in closed session, the morning session considered public employee appointment for public defender, afternoon session, exposure to litigation, anticipated litigation for 2 potential cases, deciding whether to initiate litigation, 1 potential case, and then conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives with no reportable actions.
Perfect. Okay, so that puts us at number 2, Dr. Russell.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Ryan Cooksey has a very brief presentation. It's a very straightforward item.
Perfect. We got to read it in. Sorry.
Chair Adam and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider the recommendations of the County and Montecito Planning Commissions to approve case numbers 16 ORD 6, 16 ORD 7, and 16 ORD 8, which would amend respectively the County Land Use and Development Code, the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, and the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance to implement Program 1.16 of the 2015 through 2023 housing element.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. As previously stated, my name is Ryan Cooksey. I'm in the Long Range Planning Division. The Design Residential Zone Modifications Project before you today serves to implement Program 1.16 of the 2015-2023 housing element by modifying a few select development standards of the Design Residential, henceforth DR Zone District, to encourage senior, special needs, and affordable housing. Amendments are proposed to the County and Montecito Land Use and Development Codes, as well as the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. In February of last year, your board adopted the 2015-2023 housing element, including Program 1.16. Your board also placed Program 1.16 on the Long Range Planning's work program. This program is designed to help the county meet its diverse housing needs. Specifically, this program calls for ordinance amendments to modify development standards in the DR Zone District to encourage the development of senior, special care, and affordable housing projects. The recommended modifications would revise the site coverage, open space, height limit, and parking development standards. I'll get into some details on that shortly. The project would not allow any new land uses in the DR zone or increase the maximum density that's currently permitted under zoning regulations. The recommended modifications would only apply to future senior, special care, or affordable housing developments in the DR zone. For the purposes of this project, senior housing is defined as housing for people 55 years and up. Special care housing is defined as housing providing non-medical care to people with mental and/or physical disabilities. And affordable housing is defined as housing with all units dedicated to low to extremely low income households. Here you have a distribution or an image depicting the distribution of DR zone sites county-wide. The Building Industry Advisory Group, the County Housing Authority, the County Community Services Department, and the Santa Barbara Cities/County Joint Affordable Housing Task Group provided input on the recommended modifications. I'm close. These groups provided valuable insight, explaining how the development standards can actually prevent specific types of development that I just discussed from achieving the maximum density allowed under zoning. These groups all reviewed and support the proposed modifications. We also researched zoning regulations of surrounding jurisdictions and parking studies.
I have a question.
Oh, your light's on for a reason.
So, you know, it looked to me from that map that there's a lot of these sites in the second district. And first of all, is that accurate? Is that an accurate representation?
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, yes, that's correct. There's a concentration of these sites in the second district.
Okay. And so when I looked at the outreach and research piece, it was surprising to me that of all these groups, which is slide 5, that there was an outreach with our community groups, which, you know, I mean, we have a site, I think, that would be easily accessible for Eastern Goleta Valley group. It just as a suggestion, I think it would have been really a positive outreach to have had a special meeting with the entire, put the invitation out there and see who comes and explain, you know, what some of these changes might mean and input from the community. Because I think this is a very, to me, it seems very limited and doesn't include the community.
Keep this moving. The recommended modifications include the following: increasing the maximum allowed site coverage from 30% to 40%, reducing the minimum open space requirement from 40% to 30%, and increasing the height limit from 35 feet to 40 feet. Each of these modifications would provide more space to develop and help qualifying developments achieve the maximum density. Future projects incorporating these recommended modifications would require discretionary permitting as well as review by the applicable Board of Architectural Review. So the project would have to be consistent with county policy and zoning regulations and design guidelines. Parking studies have shown that seniors and low-income households own fewer cars. Same with special needs populations. Condensing my presentation here.
Excuse
however,
me, Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt the presentation, but you know, we've had the DR zoning around for quite a few years now, and there are projects that have been constructed, including for these particular populations that we're looking at. Did staff go back and review any of those projects that have already been built to see what modifications they asked for at the time? So maybe some of them asked for modifications above 35 feet or the open space or site coverage to see how often that was asked for anyway, because what this is going to do is going to change the standard, and it's not necessarily going to then say that they can't come in and ask for additional modifications, correct?
Chair Adam, Supervisor Farr, that's correct.
Okay. And, you know, I have to say that one of the things that I want to disagree with on this slide in particular is, you know, I think it's clear that, you know, for the senior projects that have been done and the special needs projects that have been done, that, you know, we can say yes, you know, that the parking demand is overall less. I would disagree about the affordable housing projects because, you know, this has been an issue for a long time. So I'm not surprised that the Planning Commission, you know, wanted to talk about that, because it's been my experience that just because people are poor doesn't mean that they don't have cars. In fact, I think sometimes it's the opposite, because everybody's working, sometimes 2 jobs. So mom has a car, dad has a car. You know, it may not be much of a car, but it's still a vehicle. You know, teenagers have cars because, you know, everybody's got to work to try to contribute to make the household run. And so, you know, seniors and special needs, yes, I would say, you know, affordable housing, just by its nature, no. You know, and we haven't really talked about whether these, you know, there's not a distinction between, I don't think, 100% affordable housing projects like the county and the city housing authority do, where they take it and they manage it, and a for-profit developer that builds an affordable housing project, but actually a vast majority of it might be market rate, and they're only just getting by with whatever the minimal amount is of affordable housing. Is that correct?
Chair Adam, Supervisor Farr, you got a few questions. I'll take them in the order they were posed. Is that okay?
Perfect.
In terms of researching previous projects in the county, we did look into some previous projects. We didn't spend a lot of time on them because these projects really occur on a case-by-case, site-specific basis. Most of our outreach was focused on speaking with various agencies of the county, like the County Housing Authority and Community Services Department, their experiences developing these types of projects and how the existing development standards can pose issues, and speaking with the private development side as well as consultants from the private and nonprofit side. So we tried to capture the pertinent information in that manner, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, and just before you go on with that, you know, I would have to concur with Supervisor Wolf that those groups that you mentioned are not the ones that you're going to hear from when these projects move forward. You know, it is going to be the community. And so, you know, I'm thinking particularly of the 2nd District and the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan that moved forward, where the community was heavily involved, and, you know, their expectations are for the original set of recommendations. Now, I don't know if in this case, and Supervisor Wolf would know it's her district, whether this is going to they're going to feel like there was any kind of a bait and switch, for DR on this. But I do think that, some outreach to those known community organizations would have been helpful. But in any event, kind of back to the parking, I think that has been a real issue in the past for the community, that they have felt that a lot of these projects are underparked, and that the parking is going to spill over, into the neighborhoods, and that, I have seen it with some of the projects. So, I have some comfort that the Planning Commission, I guess, delved into it, and now you have this kind of a backup contingency plan, which I guess you're going to talk about, because I think that is really important in this case. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, you had some other questions you were going to respond to for me.
Yes, please, Chair Adams, Supervisor Farr. I think, as you just alluded to, that any of these projects that came through the pipeline, assuming these proposed modifications are adopted, would require, at minimum, the approval of development plan by the Montecito or County Planning Commission. So there'd be an entire discretionary review process that is required, which would allow for public input and ensure consistency with the pertinent regulations. In terms of the parking, you're absolutely right. That is, there is a lot of site-specific factors that contribute to how much parking a particular project is going to require. I mean, there certainly are projects that are affordable housing. I spoke with the County Housing Authority. Certain projects for affordable housing will, largely be occupied by agricultural workers that need cars to get to work, and they may need the full parking that's required under the existing condition or the existing regulations. So that was the philosophy behind the parking contingency plan. Is by and large, these types of projects are building out more parking than is needed, which is an extra cost to the developer and isn't really aesthetically pleasing in a lot of situations, but not always. So we want to have that flexibility where if additional parking is needed, it can be provided.
Supervisor Wolf.
So I have a question on slide 6. So can you explain the difference between site coverage and open space? It almost looks like you're exchanging one for the other, and you may end up with exactly the same amount of physical structure, but I'm not completely sure about that.
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, yes. So site coverage, it refers to how much of the acreage of a given site can be developed, structurally developed, and open space refers to how much of a given site needs to remain in open space, either public or common open space. And so what we've done here is we're reducing the site coverage by the same amount we're increasing.
Oh, well, then of course it makes sense.
Right. We want them to be able to develop the extra space we're giving them.
And that is presumably to increase the density.
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, again, correct. One of the clear pieces of information we got through our outreach was that these types of developments, they need to achieve maximum density to be financially viable. And quite often, the site coverage and open space and height limit standards that are in place right now just would not allow them to do so.
Even though, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Just to reiterate, though, nothing we're proposing here increases the density.
I thought that would increase the density if you're increasing the site coverage. Would just make it larger units?
Supervisor Adam Charwolf, again, it would not increase the allowed density. You basically could have more structural development in terms of the size of the units, or you could build out the actual maximum number of units that's currently allowed under the zoning ordinance.
Isn't that increasing density?
No, it would allow allow developers to build the maximum number of units that's currently allowed, irrespective of what we're proposing today. So there would be no additional dwelling units beyond what's permitted currently.
So yeah, so it's just larger. So then it doesn't increase density.
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, correct.
So why is that more beneficial to a builder? If it's based on income, low income, moderate income, I mean there's certain restrictions. So how does that help their bottom line?
Sure. Supervisor Wolf, perhaps a little background on some of the input that we received would be useful. When we were reviewing past projects, we were shown that the developer, if it's, let's say it's 20 dwelling units per acre, the developer could not achieve 20 dwelling units per acre because of the constraints of the requirements of the open space and the requirements of the parking, which they argued in many cases were not necessary. And so they said, if you really want us to build at 20 DU per acre, we need more flexibility. And so what we're doing is we're providing some tools which can be considered on a case-by-case basis, which will allow for, in this case, affordable or senior projects to actually achieve what the zoning density is today. So it doesn't increase the density beyond what our zoning currently says. It just makes it more feasible for a developer to achieve the density that we've placed on the site.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Farr and then Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But, I mean, right now, if a for-profit developer comes forward and they're going to include low to extremely low households, there are specific percentage requirements that are associated with that. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it used to be extremely low, I think was 5%. Is it still 5% of the project? And low was maybe 10%?
Chair Adams, Supervisor Farr, I believe the percentages you're referring to are associated with state density bonus law or the inclusionary housing ordinance. A project that is utilizing the proposed modifications could still be consistent with those percentages, but to qualify for anything that we're proposing today, the project would have to be 100% affordable to low to extremely low across the board.
Okay, so we are talking about 100% affordable project. It's because, you know, it hasn't been my experience that, anybody except a county or city housing authority type or Habitat for Humanity is interested in building that kind of project. So do we have, for example, a Tobes group that's interested in doing these kinds, 100% affordable?
Chair Adams, Supervisor Farr, I mean,
Supervisor Farr, through the chair, the Tobes group was and is very interested in this. Of course, they would like to see us go farther and apply these standards to other categories of higher density housing, but they were happy to see this move forward, so I would say they are interested in what we are proposing.
Okay. You know, and I guess I'm always a little cautious when we're talking about financial viability, because the financial viability of these projects seems to really vary and obviously is determined by the applicant. So, what is not financially viable for one developer, could be financially viable for another developer. So, I realize that we're trying to smooth the path here to try to get, more of these kinds of projects, and the fact that if we are just talking about 100% affordable, I feel much better about it, because I thought we were talking about, for everybody, and we were really just kind of getting into the percentage requirements where, the vast majority of the units are market rate, and if they include, a minimal percentage of something that's affordable, then they get to take advantage of, of a lot of modifications in the density bonus. So, okay, I missed that somewhere. Thank you.
Okay, please continue. You have run out the questions for the moment.
okay, so just to provide, I'll pick up with the parking contingency plan details a bit just to flesh it out, and I'll keep it moving. So the parking contingency plan would require that for at least the first 3 years of occupancy, the developer must submit annual parking studies to the county for review. If the county determines a project to be lacking parking, the developer would be required to construct additional parking up to the number of spaces currently required under zoning regulations. Accordingly, the recommended parking modifications would ensure adequate parking and avoid the construction of unnecessary parking. Additionally, both the County and Montecito Planning Commissions recommended your board approve the proposed ordinance amendments. The proposed County and Montecito Land Use and Development Code ordinance amendments are exempt from CEQA, and the notice of exemption for each of the proposed ordinance amendments is included in the board letter. Staff recommends your board follow the recommended actions in the board agenda letter and make the findings for approval, determine the projects are exempt from CEQA, adopt an ordinance amending the County Land Use and Development Code, adopt an ordinance amending the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, and adopt an ordinance amending the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. This concludes the presentation, and I'm available for any more questions.
All right, we have no lights. How about public comment?
Chair Adam and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Supervisor Carbajal. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I appreciate the recommendations from both planning commissions, but I just want to say in advance that I'm not going to be able to support this. You know, the two high-density areas that were just that had just recently been discussed in the Eastern Gleta Valley Community Plan, I don't believe contemplated these changes, and as slight as they may be to some, I think that there is a definite impact, and so I can't and won't support any change. You know, they looked very carefully at the two sites that I'm speaking of in particular, the areas where development could occur, where it couldn't occur, the height. I can't actually recall if that was an issue, but I definitely know that the density and the area that these units would occupy was discussed in detail, if not in the environmental report. And I know that when a project comes, it will get a lot of review, continuous review, but I can't, particularly because they weren't incorporated or included in the outreach, where we had mostly, it appears to me, mostly developers that were engaged in this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, I'm just going to say that I get the same problem in Orchid. You know, we have the Orchid Community Plan, and nobody, I don't know how much outreach was up there. I'm not seeing that this would be a benefit to Orchid, and Orchid's the other place that, besides the second district, that's a concentration of this kind of housing, so I'm not going to be able to support it either.
I just want to make a comment that I do support this housing type. That's why it was, not because of me, but I think it was because of the community realized that we needed to have a balance of housing types, and that's why these two particular parcels were designated as rather high density. For however it turns out, if it's going to be low income senior housing or housing for the disabled. So that for me is not a question. It's more it's the process and the impact. And you know, just one more thing about the height. You know, as I mentioned about the issue specifically in the community plan, but one thing I do know that the community plan did address was the importance of view corridors. And if you look at one particular site, and if you increase the height, that would potentially have an impact on the view corridor. So, again, just can't move forward to support this.
Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this kind of reminds me of the Berry Hoop issue in regarding mostly in the North County, how you know, our ordinances in place did not really address a certain issue. I think Supervisor Adam and Wolf raised a good question about outreach, but as I understand it, this proposition does not increase density. It basically makes our ordinances conform to their objective, correct? Because right now the ordinances say one thing, but you can't really get there most of the time because of legitimate constraints in the ordinance.
Supervisor Carbajal, through the chair, that's correct.
So it's really just, I think, from the way I see it, is tweaking an ordinance to make them work so that it's not false advertising to folks who want to pursue what our land use zoning policies promise to achieve for those who want to embark on an investment for a certain number of units. And our current ordinance, as I understand it, is sort of not accurate when you really look at its implementation and feasibility. And that's why this is a fix, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Carball, that's correct. What you may want to recall is that when we adopted the housing element, part of that process was to go through an inventory and look at the county's needs, and then, according to state law, look at the constraints that we have upon meeting those needs. So as part of that element, we developed a number of programs, over 30 different programs, included those with timeframes for implementation. And this is one of the programs that's required, at least it's included within the housing element, and one that we said we would consider implementing within 2 years. So we did have a fairly extensive outreach program for that, and that's really how we initially identified the program and then carried forward with the outreach that we did with the groups that Mr. Cooksey mentioned, as well as doing public announcements and notices for the hearings that we undertook. So there was that outreach, but that's really the focus, is to try and minimize some of the constraints that we currently have to meeting that maximum density that's specified in the zoning ordinances, as Dr. Russell explained.
Thank you.
Well, could we put up attachment 12 on the screen? Do we have that? It's attachment 12. I don't know. It's back there in the back between yellow papers. I mean, if we don't have it, we don't have it. But there's 37 properties that are developed on the first page, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 that are vacant. So, and then it goes on, and the vast majority of these things have been developed, and I assume that they were able to be developed successfully because it was okay, and it worked for the vast majority of these sites. So I don't know what we're doing at the end of the life of this program, or at least at the end of the life of all of the parcels that have been identified, or great many of the parcels that have been identified, having to. I'm just looking at this. I wish we could put it up, but do we have it? No.
Mr. Chair, we do not have that to put up on the screen right now. However, when looking at these charts, there's a couple things that you have to keep in mind. One of them is that these are not the special needs housing. These are not all the special needs housing. I can't say exactly what % of them are. Some of these are just, many of these, most of these, probably almost all of them are market rate. And secondly, this does not provide the information as to whether or not they were able to develop at the density they developed, but perhaps many of them developed at a lower density than was potentially allowed because of the constraints that we're trying to address today, but only for, of course, the affordable ones. So you can't really, we don't have the information to be able to look at these and say, okay, look, all of these successfully developed at their proposed density, so what's the problem? We really don't have that information.
Well, do we have information to the contrary?
Based upon our discussions with people building these projects, yes.
Well,
and based upon our review of the projects that were given to us, because when we were approached by, in my building industry group that I hold, when we discussed this, I said, well, if you've got projects where this was a problem, we need to see them. And we were given examples to review, and we did review them.
Supervisor Farr and Lavanino.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when I look at attachment 12, and I kind of count up by district, how many of the sites are still actually vacant. Even though there are more sites in the second district, I think there are probably more vacant sites in my district. And while I'm not so concerned about the changes for the one in Isla Vista, because it's already pretty built up and dense, can certainly say that, projects of this type could really stand out in Santa Ynez, Los Alamos, and Vandenberg Village. That being said, we did just go through a process with a very large senior project in the valley, and it went through the process and it was accepted by the community. So it can happen. And so I guess while I understand very much the concerns of my colleagues on the board, I am going to go ahead and support this because I really trust the process, I guess. I appreciate and trust the evaluation, the work that the planning commissions did on this, and like I said, particularly the parking issue. But, I also trust the process because I, used to be a part of it as an advocate and then on the planning commission. And I honestly feel that if those sites that are still vacant and projects come forward on, that the community is going to know about it, the community will be involved, and if the community doesn't like it, they are going to say so, or if there's other modifications that they want, then the applicant hopefully will respond to that, or risk that the planning commission isn't going to support it. So in most cases there tends to be a lot of community sympathy for projects for seniors and the disabled, at least. And so anyway, I think that considering the few vacant parcels that we have left that this might really apply to, at least at this point in time, I think the process will work it out as it moves forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Lavanino, who curiously does not have any of these in the 5th District.
Yeah, that's why I've been quiet. But, but I was looking at that. I really thought when I was reading this originally that this was a freaking slam dunk 2-minute presentation, and I knew it went through the Planning Commission 5.0 and I think through the Montecito Planning Commission 3.1. And I mean, there's such a lack of inventory throughout the county, and it's not going to get built in my district. You're right, but my comments today were going to be to thank the department for doing some outreach and realizing, maybe hearing from people that actually build the homes, why we don't have special needs housing throughout, or why are we having a trouble building senior housing, and actually was proactive in fixing or attempting to fix a problem. So like Supervisor Farr says, it's not like we're approving any project today, and it's going to have to go through a huge rigorous, transparent process. But, at least in a lot of the meetings I deal with, outside of maybe the Board of Supervisors, one of the problems is just a lack of affordable housing and senior housing, special needs housing throughout the entire county. So I would be supporting this, and, we'll see where it goes.
Supervisor Wolf.
What this does is it raises the bar. It makes it easier for it just makes it easier for developers, and then the process will kick in, and there would definitely be a process, and people would come out and make their comments. But I looked at this and I thought it was unnecessary, and yet I think the potential implications could be great. And as I said before, we have a lot of building in my district right now, and all different income levels, and we've zoned for more. So to the extent that we can stick with what the community developed as a balanced plan is what I want is what I want to do. I don't want, what this feels like is kind of a backdoor, and it's not. I mean, obviously, everyone's looked at it from, in the Planning Commission and staff, but it feels like to me that it's a backdoor attempt to help the developers increase their development and decrease open space. So, and impact our views. So, anyway.
Supervisor Farr?
So, Mr. Chair, we have no public comment on this item.
No.
All right, I'll go ahead and move staff's recommended actions then.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Clerk, let's have a roll call.
Ms. Wolf?
No.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal? Chair Adam?
No.
Motion passes.
All right. How's it feel to be on the wrong side? It was.
Can I just say that you did a good job in your presentation? Thank you for your presentation. What was your name again? Ryan, thank you.
Say your last name again? Cooksey. See you soon. Mr. Cooksey. All right.
Chair Adam and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider the Gordon Sand Company appeal of the County Planning Commission's June 29, 2016 approval of the Shell Guadalupe Dunes gravel remediation in lieu proposal project, case numbers 13 RVP 119 and 14 CDP 72 in the 3rd District.
All right, let me just kind of run down the agenda here for this. First, we're going to have our ex parte. Then we're going to go to the staff presentation, and they'll have 10 minutes. The appellant will have 10 minutes. Project applicant will have 10 minutes, which is Shell. We'll have public comment. We'll have rebuttal from appellant and applicant for 3 minutes, and staff comments for 3 minutes. Board of Supervisors deliberation for 6 minutes, which I think is a wishful thinking. Okay, so Mr. Cannell, I guess it's yeah. I said ex parte, and then we're going to go to ex parte. You want to start there? She read. Yep.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, staff and I visited the site and Mr. Gordon on August 19th, and I brought back this cool piece of oil with a couple rocks in it. And then my staff, Mr. Bob Nelson, spoke to Mr. Gordon about rescheduling it possibly last week. Okay.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Council, I visited this site 3 or 4 years ago, but I mean, not in relation to this actual hearing, but I know, I've been there and I know what it is.
Chair Adam, on a site visit, really the purpose of the disclosure is just to allow the applicant and the appellant to know if you had any impressions of the site that they should be aware of.
No, I didn't get to bring back a rock, so.
You didn't get your rock? I got a rock. Toxic. Oh no, I'm going to eat that thing right now. We'll see if it's toxic. All right, Mr. Cannell, entertain us.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Planner Joe Dargle.
Would you like a piece of oil?
Yeah, I need to introduce Planner Joe Dargle. This is his first trip to the board. He's a recent arrival in the Energy and Minerals Division, so he will be making the presentation today.
All right, welcome, Mr. Dargle.
Aaron Briggs, sorry. To Joe's immediate right is Aaron Briggs, Energy Specialist. My name is Peter Cantle. I want to fill in the blanks a little bit on Joe because he's a UCSB grad, but prior to that, 6 years in the Air Force, mustered out of the service as a staff sergeant. He was deployed to Iraq, Baghdad, Iraq, but also Korea and the wilds of Monterey, the Defense Language Institute, where he learned Korean. And so his background is geohydrology, a good, strong technical background that we need in the Energy and Minerals Division, so we're very grateful to have him on board. Joe Dargle.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for the introduction. Appreciate it. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Dargle, and I'm the planner for the Gordon Sand Company appeal of the Shell Guadalupe Dunes gravel remediation in lieu proposal project. The project site, indicated by the red circle on the screen, is located within Rancho Guadalupe Dunes Preserve County Park at the end of West Main Street, west of the city of Guadalupe. The Gordon Sand Company operates an active sand mining operation on the site, as you can see on the screen. Next. The project site is the former location of an oil drilling project on parcels owned by the County of Santa Barbara. In 1983, a conditional use permit was issued for the Husky oil drilling project. A gravel access road, one drilling island, Site D, and 5 wells were ultimately constructed. Project condition number 31 of this original CUP requires removal of all materials to a depth of 15 feet below ground surface. Husky Oil ceased operations in 1989 and subsequently abandoned the oil wells in 1990. Later, in 1996 and 1997, Shell, the successor to Husky Oil, abandoned and reclaimed the rest of the site, with the exception of approximately 1,237 cubic yards of gravel, which was used as road base. During the abandonment process, remnant gravel was found to be deeper than originally anticipated and was left on site until a more thorough delineation could be conducted. The figure on the screen shows areas with remnant gravel in gray, which is approximately 19 acres. The proposed project today is to delete condition number 31 from the original conditional use permit and allow remnant gravel to remain on the site. A supplement to the 1982 Husky Oil EIR was prepared to evaluate the potential environmental impacts of leaving the gravel in place. This supplemental EIR identified potential significant impacts to aesthetics and visual resources and recreation. In order to mitigate these impacts, the applicant would be required to pay a monetary contribution to the county for the acquisition of property to replace the impacted acreage at a ratio of not less than 3:1. The property would be preserved for public recreation and open space uses and, ideally, be located in north coastal Santa Barbara County, characterized by similar dune habitat and of substantial scenic value. The project was approved by the Planning Commission on June 29, 2016, by a vote of 4-0, with Commissioner Brooks abstaining. This approval by the Planning Commission was subsequently appealed by Gordon Sand Company, with 4 main appeal issues identified. Gordon Sand Company claims in appeal issue number 1 that the SEIR fails to disclose and discuss a significant physical change in the environment. They claim that natural coastal processes have moved and would continue to move remnant gravel and cobbles onto property owned and used by Gordon Sand Company for its mining operation. Staff's response to this issue is illustrated here on this slide. The proposed final SEIR clearly describes the location, movement, and impacts of the gravel on the environment. While the prevailing wind blows in a northwesterly to southeasterly direction, the movement of gravel over time at the site has been to the southwest, directly tracking the movement of Gordon Sand Company equipment into and out of their mine pit. Aerial photos...
Excuse me, can you explain to me, I mean, they're driving back and forth, right? So we're driving both directions on that road?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Can you explain to me how they only move it one direction?
Mr. Chair, we're not trying to say that the gravel only moved in one direction, but it does appear to track the movements back and forth, left and right. along the roadway.
Well, you have to admit that that doesn't make much sense. No? If traffic goes southeast, southwest, and northeast, and we're saying that the prevailing, what did it say? Prevailing gravel movement direction only goes one way.
So, Mr. Chair, in their appeal, the appellant is stating that the gravel is being blown by sand into the sand pit. And what we're saying is that the gravel is actually moving in almost the opposite direction. And that opposite direction is consistent with the movement of his vehicles, because the tires of the vehicles are tracking the gravel into the sand pit rather than the wind.
Okay, well, I'm just going to tell you that that doesn't make much sense to me. And what I saw out there on the site was the rocks that are on top get the sand blown out from under them, and they move over time to in the direction of the prevailing wind. That's what I saw out there. So continue on.
Continuing on, aerial photographs show that the gravel at Site 2, including remnant gravel within the Gordon Sand Company sand pit, has clearly been distributed by the movement and operation of heavy equipment in this area, including the grading of an unauthorized alternative access route to the sand pit by Gordon Sand Company prior to April 1993. Next, Gordon Sand Company claims that the proposed final SEIR fails to recognize the significant environmental impacts that the in-lieu project will have on a local mineral resource of regional and statewide significance. In response to appeal issue number 2, staff maintains that gravel present on Gordon Sand Company's property does not contribute significantly to the loss of availability of the mineable sand resource, clearly demonstrated by the fact that Gordon Sand Company has operated in conjunction with the presence of the remnant gravel for over 20 years. Further, and importantly, the proposed final SEIR does consider impacts to local mineral resources. In fact, Gordon Sand Company previously raised this issue in comments on the draft SEIR, and in response, additional information was added to the proposed final SEIR, recognizing that the conservation element of the county's comprehensive plan delineates Guadalupe Dunes as an important known mineral site. In the third appeal issue, Gordon Sand Company asserts that the gravel and cobbles that exist on Gordon Sand's fee-owned land have imposed additional operational costs to Gordon Sand. In response, staff points out that CEQA does not require discussion or analysis of costs to Gordon Sand due to the presence of the gravel. The proposed final SEIR identifies mitigation for all potentially significant impacts associated with the project, consistent with CEQA. Furthermore, as was discussed earlier, evidence on the record shows that movement of gravel at the site over time is not attributable to natural processes, but by the grading of an alternative unauthorized access route. Lastly, Gordon Sand Company asserts that the presence of the remnant gravel creates uncertainty regarding Gordon Sand's future reclamation obligations. In response, staff reiterates that there is no uncertainty with regard to Gordon Sand's future reclamation obligations. Gordon Sand Company would not be responsible for the reclamation of remnant gravel retained under the proposed project. As stated in the Gordon Sand final reclamation plan, clay, silt, or rock materials removed from the access road and processing plant during reclamation would be placed into the sand pit for disposal. And most importantly, the reclamation plan clearly absolves them of the requirement to remove any gravel placed adjacent to the road by the Shell Corporation. Because the commingled clay, silt, and gravel would be placed in the sand pit, there is no additional obligation to Gordon Sand Company for reclamation. There is no evidence on record that supports the assertion that natural coastal processes moved the remnant gravel onto Gordon Sand's property. As illustrated and discussed on previous slides, the gravel traveled perpendicular to prevailing wind direction and directly followed the pathway of an unauthorized access road graded by Gordon Sand Company through the gravel piles and into their sand pit. There is no evidence on record that supports the conclusion that on-site gravels contribute to the loss of availability of the sand resource. Gordon Sand has mined the sand resource from the dunes with the presence of gravels for over 20 years. CEQA does not require the SEIR to consider Gordon Sand's remediation costs. As stated previously, the gravel is present in the mine pit due directly to Gordon Sand's actions. Finally, in appeal issue number 4, there is no uncertainty with regard to Gordon Sand's future reclamation obligations. The final reclamation plan for Gordon Sand Company's operation clearly absolves them of any obligation to remove gravel placed adjacent to the road by the Shell Corporation. It is staff's recommendation to the board to deny the appeal, case number 16 APL 19. Make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, included as Attachment A of the July 1st, 2016 Planning Commission Action Letter. Certify the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, 13 EIR 5, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval, and grant de novo approval of case numbers 13 RVP 119 and 14 CDP 72, subject to the conditions included as attachments B and C of the Planning Commission Action Letter dated July 1st, 2016.
Okay. Nope.
And as an informational note, we updated the coastal development permit today with today's date. So if your board chooses to approve the permit, it'll reflect the correct date on there. We did pass those out to you, also to the applicant and the appellant, and then we have copies in the back of the room as well. And we're available for any questions.
Okay, seeing none, Mr. Candy, you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Adam, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to address you this afternoon. This site has a long history. Back in the early 1980s, Husky Oil was allowed to bring in large amounts of gravel and cobble material to use as road base. They were allowed to bring these materials into the dunes so that Husky Oil could access its oil operations. Husky did so with the understanding that these materials would eventually have to be removed as a condition of its permit to operate. Now, 30 years later, Husky's successor, Shell, has asked the county for permission to leave these materials in place. The county is agreeable to this request, willing to allow the permanent contamination of this important coastal resource site in exchange for payment of money. The county will receive an undisclosed sum. Some have estimated it perhaps as much as $3 million, which it will use to acquire coastal property elsewhere. In exchange, Shell gets to walk away from the site, absolved of its obligation to clean it up. The county's rationale for allowing this to occur is that the impacts related to cleaning up the site will do more harm than good to coastal dune habitat. What the county fails to recognize, and I think conveniently overlooks, is one important truth. This truth is that leaving the contamination in place will have a significant impact on a locally important mining resource that the general plan identifies. The issue that we're talking about is whether the SEIR CEQA is required to identify the impact to Gordon Sand and this local mineral resource as part of its disclosure obligation. If the project has the potential to result in the loss of availability of an important mineral resource like Gordon Sand's operation, CEQA requires that the impact be identified as significant and mitigation be proposed. The legal standard that we're talking about here is the fair argument standard. It's not a high bar when you talk about the fair argument standard. The appellant, Gordon Sand, need not prove a significant impact to its operation or this mineral resource. Gordon Sand need only proffer substantial evidence suggesting that the potential for the impact could occur, and under those circumstances, the county, as the lead agency under CEQA, is required to analyze those impacts, determine the significance of those impacts, and propose mitigation for impacts that it determines to be significant. The county has stated 3 reasons why the project will not have a significant impact on Gordon Sands operation. First, according to the county, there is no way that wind can be blowing rocks and gravel into Gordon Sands sand pit and mine. Second, Gordon Sands' own actions are the reason why the rocks and gravels are in the mine. And third, the county asserts Gordon Sand has dealt with the contamination for the past 30 years, so how could it be a significant impact? I'll deal with each separately. First, the question of whether or not the wind could be blowing material around the project site. The draft EIR prepared for the project, I think back in 2014, treated the gravel contamination as static. It described the contamination as isolated to certain areas, in piles, had no discussion of the movement of the dunes, the action of the wind on the dunes, or how that could affect the movement of gravel around the site. Early in the environmental review process, Gordon Sand raised the possibility that this was occurring. The county's environmental consultant responded in response to comments that effectively there's no way this could be occurring. 3 inches in diameter would require a gust of 50 miles an hour to push it. 6 inches in diameter, a rock of that size would require a gust of 120 miles an hour to push it. The conclusion was that these winds of those speeds don't occur out there, so there's no way that this could be happening. Gordon Sand, in response, retained an expert on alien transport, alien meaning wind processes, with years of steady experience in the Oceano dunes. So this gentleman, Dr. Nick Lancaster, was very familiar with the northwest prevailing direction of the wind. Dr. Lancaster explained in his report that the wind thresholds needed to move sand were quite common in the area, but he described the process of how this works. 2 processes. For smaller particles in size that are a little over 1/10 of an inch in diameter, these smaller fine gravel materials can be moved by the fine particles of sand hitting it. Driven by the wind, hitting it, that's called saltation. And it moves particles in what's called surface creep mode. So these are particles that are a little over 1/10 of an inch in size. For larger materials, and there's plenty of them out there, the way that these materials move around the site as a result of these natural coastal processes is through an erosion process. The sublateral, subadjacent support that the sand provides gets blown away, and then these materials will then roll down the face or the backside of the dune, presumably. And if the dune backside is sloping to the west, these materials will roll down and move to the west. If they're to the northwest, those materials could happen as well, although because the prevailing wind is coming from that direction, it probably wouldn't. To the east, these materials could roll down. This is how these larger materials get dispersed around the site. It's a very dynamic site. The sand dunes are moving constantly, shifting, and as they move, they're covering up rock materials. They're exposing rock materials at the same time, and as these rock materials are exposed and the sand around them is removed, these rocks move around as well, and they move in all directions. So that report got incorporated into the record. The county apparently has rejected the conclusions of Dr. Lancaster entirely and has instead placed the blame on Gordon Sand, saying Gordon Sand, through the unauthorized relocation of the entry road into the sand pit, has essentially blown through rock pile materials that they claim were there as a result of aerial photographs, blown through these materials and taken the material into its sand pit. First of all, it doesn't make any sense why Gordon Sand would relocate its road to blow through gravel and gravel materials to drag these materials into its sand pit. It just Doesn't make any sense why an operator would change its operational activities to do something damaging to its operation. Important to this whole consideration is the fact that the photographic evidence that staff has relied upon to draw the conclusions doesn't exist. I mean, it exists, but it doesn't exist in the record. It hasn't been incorporated into the record. So we have to rely on staff's conclusions regarding this, their review and their conclusions regarding these photographs. But I posit that you are the decision makers. You're the trier of fact in this situation. You should be looking at these photographs to determine whether or not you can see a difference in the way the road was realigned. The other issue is unauthorized access. Gordon Sand has a recorded easement for its road. The easement is a floating easement. That means it's not described by metes and bounds, right? There's no legal description. It's established by use over time. Whether there's issues, whether or not the county consented to that use, just drawing the conclusion that Gordon Sand was not authorized in their relocation of the road, and that now they're trespassing on county property, that's simply put into this staff report to make Gordon Sand look bad. And there's no basis for that legal conclusion. It has not been tested. There's another important point to make regarding this. Gordon Sand has all along maintained that there's no way that its equipment, the tires on its equipment, this is the theory that staff has alleged. This is how the stuff is moving to the west and getting in the sand pit. The tires on its equipment are kicking this material up and taking it into the mine. We've been consistent from the beginning that the flotation tires that Gordon Sand uses on its equipment, it cannot happen. The flotation tires float on top of the sand. They don't have mechanisms, or they're not designed to grab the sand and kick it up. The county's never come out to see the demonstration of that. They've never wanted to. All along the county's been looking for answers why Gordon Sand operation. Yes.
You're out of time.
Okay. I'll speed up. I appreciate.
No, you can't really
your
speed
patience.
up. Yeah, you gotta be done.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. You're out of time.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll have a chance at rebuttal in a few minutes.
Okay. The FERR.
No.
You're serious. I'm
done.
done.
I'm dead serious. Yeah.
Okay.
10 minutes.
I appreciate rebuttal
you.
opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I know. I sound like I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Okay, you will have 10 minutes, and I mean it.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. Once again, my name is Lance Williams. I'm the Shell Project Manager for the Guadalupe Dune site. With me in the back, I have Keith Kidwell. He's an on-site representative and Shell consultant, as well as Mike Leslie, with the local law firm of Caldwell, Leslie, and Proctor PC, who is serving as Shell's legal counsel on this matter. On behalf of Shell, we appreciate the Board of Supervisors taking the time to consider the monetary in lieu fee proposal. We feel this is the best solution for both parties from a commercial and, most importantly, an environmental perspective. The Guadalupe Dunes project has remained unresolved for quite some time, and while significant reclamation efforts have been undertaken, the in lieu proposal, earlier approved by the Planning Commission, would significantly resolve this issue for everyone. Acceptance of the monetary in lieu proposal would forego an attempt to remove gravel from the sand dunes, which by the reports have not deemed necessary or even advisable from a biological perspective. The proposal would also offer Santa Barbara County the additional monetary means to purchase property to enhance public recreation opportunities in Santa Barbara. Once again, Shell appreciates your consideration and hopefully has your support by denying the appeal, therefore amending the conditional use permit. It has been a pleasure working with the constituents of Santa Barbara County as we develop the terms of the in lieu proposal. And I thank you again for your consideration. Michael, do you have anything to say? Sure.
Thank you very much for hearing from us, Honorable
Excuse
Board.
me just a second, Mr. Guzzoni.
Mr. Chair, just before Mr. Leslie begins, I know he placed in a public comment slip, but since he's speaking for the applicant, we presume that that's still within the time provided for the applicant, not an additional public comment.
That's correct. That's correct. So I have 8 minutes and 10 seconds, so I'll try to hit the highlights.
Ready, go.
The staff report does a very thorough job of explaining the background of the project, the reasons it should be approved, what led to the in lieu fee, and the reasons why Gordon Sand Company's appeal should be rejected. Shell supports and would like to incorporate the comments and findings made by staff and Dr. Russell and Mr. Cantle in the board agenda letter. The reclamation of the drilling site, as staff noted, was completed in 1997 in compliance with county and Department of Oil and Gas and Geothermal Resources regulations, including the abandonment of the oil wells, removal of the site infrastructure, reclamation of the site except for the gravel, and also a site assessment. So what we're really talking about here is remnant gravel. Shell has worked cooperatively with the county for many years, and we believe that the in lieu proposal is a win-win for the county and also for its constituents by protecting protected habitat at a 3-to-1 ratio, which would be almost 57 acres of mitigation. And as staff noted, it's consistent with the standard mitigation practices used by the county and the Coastal Commission, and will allow for the protection of dune and coastal habitat in the North Coast area with similar dune habitat and substantial scenic and open space value. The supplemental EIR and related documents before this board show that the remaining gravel is beneficial for the establishment and expansion of native dune vegetation and nesting habitat. It's snowy plover habitat, as you know, and that leaving it in place will avoid disruption of that habitat. In terms of the comments by Mr. Candy, it does make sense that Gordon Sand uses that road, the pre-existing road that was laid down by the oil companies, by Husky Oil originally, and because it's the shortest distance between the processing facility and also the sand pit. And it's not just the tires that are distributing the gravel, but Gordon Sand actually grades and plows that road because it's constantly being drifted over by sand. So when it wants to establish the flat road going from its processing facility out to the sand pit, it actually grades and plows that, which is another mechanism in addition to the tires and the truck traffic that displaces that gravel to the sand pit. In any event, for purposes of the board's consideration, the supplemental EIR, the very extensive record before this board, and also county staff's board agenda letter and their presentation all provide evidence that these issues have been discussed fully and fairly under CEQA. The SEIR is fully compliant with CEQA. Gordon Sand and its representatives have had an ample opportunity to be heard at every level, including in the initial consideration of this matter by the Planning Commission. And consequently, there is no violation of CEQA. In conclusion, Shell respectfully requests that this board take the actions today recommended by county staff and approved by the Planning Commission, deny the appeal, certify the supplemental EIR, adopt the findings and conditions, and also the de novo review of the modified conditions in the permits. So I'd like to reserve additional time for rebuttal and in case the board has any questions of me.
All right, do we have any public comment?
Chair Adam and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, so let's start with the appellant for a 3-minute rebuttal.
Chair Adams, Supervisors, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Just to be clear with regard to use of the Husky Oil Company's road, Gordon Sand does not use the road. The Husky road with the gravel road base was laid adjacent to, alongside Gordon Sand's road. Gordon Sand, again, has flotation tires on its vehicles. It uses native clay that it filters from the sand that it mines to put a base down that's perfectly adequate for use of its own road. It doesn't need and never did need Husky's Road. It never imported any materials out into the dunes, foreign materials, as road base. The fact that Shell is claiming, or the representative is claiming, that Gordon Sand grades the road and this is pushing material into its mine, again, doesn't make any sense. Why would Gordon Sand implement operational activities at its mining operation that are taking material into the sand pit? Doesn't make any sense. They don't need to do it. And it's pure speculation as to what's being said. So I got a minute and 40 seconds, 38. In summary, the final environmental impact report does not provide a full, fair, open, and unbiased discussion of the following factors: the physical setting which exists at the site, the fact that wind and resulting natural coastal processes are capable of moving materials around the site, the effect that this has had in the past and will continue to have on the economics and the long-term viability of a locally important mineral resource, and the successes, not the failures, that can be achieved through dune habitat restoration as required by the original permit condition. CEQA requires transparency and informed government decision-making. What is happening here is not transparent, nor is it informed government decision-making. Rather, it seems to be an obvious effort by the county to bootstrap this project in order to get a substantial fee to acquire some property elsewhere. The county is willing, in order to get this fee, to overlook significant impacts to an important mineral resource. Appellant has proffered substantial evidence which supports a fair argument that the project has the potential to cause a significant impact. CEQA requires that this impact be appropriately identified and addressed before the project is approved. When physical changes to the environment have economic effects, CEQA requires that those economic effects be studied as relevant to determining the significance of an environmental effect. That's it. That's all I got. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Dillon.
Mr. Chair, if you're ready for staff responses, I was going to comment on the standard of review that was alluded to by Mr. Candy.
Well, actually, I think we have
rebuttal. I mean, the applicant first. Sure.
Project applicant for 3 minutes. Yeah, that's you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to note that Mr. Candy and Gordon Sand have relied upon the Lancaster report, but also in the record is a response from AMEC Foster Wheeler experts retained by the county. And what AMEC Foster Wheeler notes is that the Lancaster report, although it's fairly extensive, provides no discussion of the prevailing wind direction, which is the primary mechanism to transport and sort the sand that comprises the Guadalupe Dunes. So without a discussion of the prevailing wind direction, their entire report does not provide a basis that large chunks of gravel, let alone cobbles, can actually make their way through natural processes into the sand pit. AMEC Foster Wheeler also notes, and this is quoting from their report, there are no known natural processes at the project site that would account for transport of gravel and cobbles, e.g. up to 6 inches in diameter, in a southwesterly direction, and any apparent movement of those materials in that direction near perpendicular to the prevailing wind direction must be man-made or anthropologically influenced, which is a fancy way of saying caused by human uses, including Gordon Sand. So there's no proper basis in the record to support the primary thesis that Gordon Sand has here. And it's not just something that we believe, it's something that county staff believes, and also something that's shown by the AMEC Foster Wheeler report. So with that, Shell would like to thank the Board of Supervisors, would like to thank county staff, and would hope and urge that this board approve the project, which would be a win-win for the county. Thank you.
Mr. Dillon.
Not much further to add, Mr. Chair, other than to point out I have to take a little bit of issue with Mr. Candy's statement of the law. The fair argument test applies when you're at a point where you're looking at whether or not an EIR should be required in the first instance. And then, yes, where there's substantial evidence that there may be an impact, an EIR is required to be prepared. But once you're into the environmental document and doing the analysis, then the key is whether any determination you make is supported by substantial evidence. And the staff is relying on the AMEC report, as is Shell, for the conclusions drawn. So that's certainly substantial evidence. The evidence to the contrary actually has been criticized in the EIR is not supportable, but that's a decision for the board to arrive at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we're back to the Board of Supervisors deliberation, and you have 6 minutes, colleagues. Pardon me? Yeah, right. Supervisor Farr.
I guess I better talk fast.
Okay.
Well, thank you to staff and to both the applicant and the appellant that are here today. You know, I really strongly feel that the solution in front of us is the best solution for both the applicant and the county, you know, particularly, of course, environmentally. I think I'm probably considered a pretty strong environmentalist, but I don't see any benefit or even the possibility of how we would have Shell try to do massive excavation in our park to try to get out this after 20 years. Clearly would do much more harm than good, and to do anything other than to leave it in place and to accept the mitigation that's been offered. At the same time, I haven't been convinced by the arguments from the appellant of the harm to the operation, since they have been operating continuously, you know, for these many years. So, you know, clearly the Planning Commission agreed. It was a unanimous vote with the one abstention. And so I do support all of staff's arguments, and I'll go ahead and move staff's recommended actions.
Second.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say this. You know, this is what happens when we start out with a conclusion and backfill the facts. And we started out with the conclusion that we'd take $3 million and buy some property that we'd really like to have. And then we backfilled everything from there. And if it was any other spot, we wouldn't even be entertaining this. Because if it was in a Goleta Beach or any Santa Barbara beach, there wouldn't be any discussion like this at all. And, you know, I just, you know, and there isn't, as Supervisor Farr is, as much as she's an environmentalist, I am for the oil company normally, and I just think that the precedent in this thing is really bad, and you know, all I'm asking for is some intellectual honesty. And if we're going to say you know, $3 million to do a $6 million, John told that the cleanup would be about $6 million. And if $3 million is okay to take on a $6 million job so we can go out and buy some more property, then let's make sure that that's the rule from now on. And so we get 50%, take a 50%, I don't know how to say it nicely, discount, thank you, on the cost of a cleanup, and then we can go buy some more property. If that's okay elsewhere, I will be extremely surprised. And I just find this report not shocking to me that AMEC Foster Wheeler was involved in this. The assertion that the gravel moves that way because of tire traffic is preposterous. But so I won't be supporting it. But we have a motion and a second on the floor, and unless there's any other discussion, I will ask the clerk for a roll.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Carbajal? Chair Adam?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can get queued up for item A10. And then, what's it? Are we here? Okay. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. You gotta start your count a little bit later. Okay. Dr. Russell, are you moving forward? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
I do this every time. You know, I'm almost done being chair, and you think I might get used to this. Yeah, no, actually, it's 9 today. Yeah. Please read the item, man.
Chair Adam and members of the board, administrative item number 10 is from General Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding real property exchange agreement, Casa Dorinda, project APN 009-640-001 in the 1st District.
All right.
All right, try again. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is, yes, the trail item A10, Casa Dorinda Land Exchange, and at the request of the applicant, the purpose section of this item, the open space easement, has been revised, and a map of the natural resources and vegetation on the site is attached. The revised document has been provided, and it replaces actually attachment 5 to your board letter, and I believe we have copies in the back of the room as well. The revised language is also on the PowerPoint slide. We coordinated this request at the last minute with Planning and Development Department and County Council, and the change is consistent with the approved project, and we would basically ask for your approval of staff's recommendation for modification to attachment 5.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
Chair Adam and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Mr. Carball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having no public comment, I'll move this item. Staff's recommendations.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and no lights on except Mr. Carball, so all in favor? Aye. Aye. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, so we are done until,
October 4th.
what's our next date? October 4th, my 30th anniversary. Yeah, so we'll be finishing early that day. Pardon me? All right, thank you. Yeah.